me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. Without you, driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip, it's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live without you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone's all right. You can probably already hear it in my voice. I'm not. Do you know what? I think just last night took it out of me. I mean, why did we even bother watching the end of that transfer window? I think it was more just for the comedy side of anything. But yeah, that definitely took the energy out of me, and I think I've caught my bit of man flu. So my wife tells me it's man flu, you know. So either way, we all get it. She doesn't understand it. She thinks it's just man flu, but it is a big problem. Just covering my back. Well, looking at the game at the moment, it looks like it's gone in our favour. Arsenal won, Brighton won so far. And from what I see on the sides and from what I've just seen here, is that right that Declan Rice is not going to be available for the Arsenal Spurs game? I mean, that's a straight red card, so I'd have thought that he's off for at least 2 games. And yeah, I'd say he's out for our game. Well, that's only good news. But the thing is with Arsenal, they do have the power to cover it. Obviously not as good as him, but they still have the power to cover it, unlike what we do. I mean, I don't know what anybody else thought. Everyone else is allowed their own opinion. They know that with me. But how anyone could see that transfer window as good. 2 sides to it, I know. But good. I try and get people's points. You don't have to understand them. Just try and get the point the person's making. But I can't even get it. I don't even get how that transfer window is good. And then after the transfer window, I'm seeing it more and more and more of Archie Gray getting bigged up. People seem to think I got it in for this team. No, I ain't. I just personally, in my opinion, don't think he's ready yet quite for the Premiership. And definitely not ready for what we want in the Premiership. Yeah, I think he'll come good after a year or two. And I think he might even come good this season in a couple of games here and there, a couple of Europa games, whatever, and that. But I don't think he's going to be this game changer that we need. I don't think he's got the power or the mentality on him for in the last 10 minutes of a game when you're against Liverpool, when you're against Man City, when you're even against Newcastle, Arsenal, even I go to Fulham and Palace, and we're 1-0 up and we've got 10 minutes to go, and Ange shows he's adapt, if he does, and says, right, you know, boys, come back. I definitely need an out-and-out DM on there. I'm going to put another one on there, and I'm going to walk this through, basically, cover it right up, and I'm going to go defensive more than anything, and we're going to get this 3 points come love nor money. So he'll bring on Archie Gray. I just don't think he is ready for that sort of situation yet. I mean, I've asked a lot of people. I mean, that's got to be about 8, 9, 10. It's about 12 different people, I think I've asked on 2 different shows, 3 different shows even. In that situation, who would you rather see come on? Like I said, 1-0 up. Put it against who you want. Arsenal, Liverpool, Newcastle, anyone. Man U, whatever. And Ange wants to defend. He wants to get them 3 points. We've got 10 minutes left. Who would you actually have rather seen come on? Archie Gray or Højbjerg? I mean, people on the chat can give me an answer. Please do. Well, literally everybody I've asked, have I even heard one person say Gray yet? No, I think everyone's gone for Højbjerg. Why? Purely down to the experience. Yeah, we know he was messy, but purely down to the experience. And what we have sold is a hell of a lot. I mean, for me, this transfer window last night was dead as doornails for Spurs anyway, where it was there was a lot of things going on for a lot of other clubs, just not Spurs. I mean, if you put this window into 2 sides, we got rid of a lot of crap. I'm happy with a lot of crap we got rid of. But we didn't get much money in. I mean, if we're going to go with players going out, I think the best we actually done, I mean, credit to Levy, again, where it's due. How he got 25 million plus for Skip. Fair play, fella. Fair play. That's all I can say to you on that one, mate. Fair play. But apart from that, the fact that we had to get rid of Lo Celso for 4 million and then make some messed up deal about the other player, I forgot his bloody name now, that in a year's time we combine if we want to, when we actually need players now, just to try and make the whole thing work, because Real Betis couldn't afford any more than 4 million. What do you want me to say? What can I actually come on here and say? I mean, that just about sums the whole thing up. I mean, I'll come to the chat in a minute, and I'm just looking at the transfers now. I mean, yeah, we had Solanke come in, Gray, Odebert, Bergville, Yang, who we will see when he comes in and that. And that's about it. That is it. How can that be exciting for anybody? Especially when you go and lose what did we lose altogether? About 12 players? Players out on loan, players out here, there, and everywhere, and then selling players and that. And I just don't see any intriguing, if that's the right word. I'm not the best with the long ones, but I think we've got absolutely no cover whatsoever at all. We get one injury in that defence, we are limited, to say the least. And then if we get another injury, we're screwed. Complete and utterly screwed. On the left, no real cover unless we put Van der Ven there. Fine, we got Spence on the right, great bit of cover. In the middle even, you go get Basuma, Bentancur injured. We are limited. The only place we ain't limited is up front. It's just up front. We've just got absolute crap up there as far as I'm concerned. So this whole window, like I say, going to keep this show shorter. I know I've said it many a time, but I am going to try and keep this one shorter because I just ain't got the energy in me today, and I just ain't got the energy to moan about it, whatever people say. But this whole window for me is overall, on one side it's been all right, on the other side it's just been a bit of a failure, to say the least. All right, just bring up Pete here. Gifted 5 HotspurHood memberships. Pete, thanks, mate. It's much appreciated. Will be remembered. So if any of you got any memberships off him, please do say thank you. And thanks a lot, mate. It's well appreciated. It all helps. So where does this window now take us from here? Like I say with a lot of things, I think only time will tell. So we go from there. And like I say, not going to do a long one. Just going to have our talk about that and what we've got tomorrow and what we've got in Europe. Just looking at the Arsenal thing, as far as I can see, it is still 1-1. It stays that way. That's all good for me. So, Tom, how you doing, mate? Big up, Dan. Chat, hope all's good. Apart from the man flu, I'm all right, mate. And Tony Rodriguez, big up to you, mate. Always on here, always follows me on here. Top man, big support. Woo, big up Dan and chat. Rice red card. Yes, I take it he is out for that next game. That is good. That is good news for us, no matter what. Yeah, and as Tom says here, no Rice available for the NLP. And Tom saying 1-1. Yep, I'm still keeping an eye on that one because we know what those bastards are like at Arsenal. They can just pick one up in the last second, let alone last minute. They just have a habit for it, don't they? And Scott, big up all you coys. Big up to you too, mate. Alpesh, what are you saying here, mate? Afternoon, Dan, afternoon to you too, mate. You've got to admit, Levy told Ange he must use the young and youth, and he did it his way. We should have known we were not buying good experience to help those youngsters. I totally get what you're saying. And maybe, in a way, I'm too harsh on Ange. I wouldn't say I lost it, but I got the right up at the end of Sabbath show last night saying, how the hell can I back a manager that is happy with a transfer window like this? I mean, seriously, how can I? But trying to get used to one of these. But going by 25 years of history, what did any of us really expect? There was that hope, that word at Spurs that you basically live on, hope. I think that one just drained the hope out of a lot of us. Was Ange totally happy with the transfer window? Well, he said he was. It looked like he was. But after what my mate Dave, who does shows me on here, said on Sabbath's show, I don't think many of us took it in at the time because we was all just frustrated. I think he made a solid point on the aspect that Ange isn't going to come out and say that was a terrible window and slate what's happened, basically. He's not no Conte. And plus, he's going to have to pick up the players he's got, the young players. He can't just come out and slate them. Was he happy with the window? If he was happy with the window, like actually happy and not just making the same mistake that he's made over and over again, talking too much, saying it too much, that he's genuinely happy with it. If he is, then we've definitely got a problem with our manager, as far as I'm concerned. But I suppose we're just going to have to cut him some slack now for the next 10 games, and time will tell whether these young players will come good, and time will tell if he's adapted and his tactics are changing. 10 games. I mean, because when it comes up to Christmas, wow, then the shit really will hit the fan, won't it? But if Levy wanted to get that top 4, surely I thought there would have been another better transfer or two. Or is he just happy with Europa at the moment? Are we really going down this project of youth, whatever they bloody want to call it? Is Ange actually going to start playing the youth players regular? Because I still don't see any of them getting in the team over anything we've got. Not when we've got the full 11 now. Archie Gray's not getting on there. Bergvall's not getting in there. As soon as we got Solanke at the front and Son goes on the left, Odebert's not getting in there. So really, we've only bought one player that gets into that first 11. Like, literally walks into it, basically. So time will tell, mate. Time will tell. But there was that thing of hope. And Jessica, how you doing? Hope you're good. I feel so let down by the club. Not happy with this right side attack. Odegaard did more in his debut than Johnson in the last few games. I get what you're saying, but I can put you... Let me try and change your opinion to that. Not to Johnson, because he's just trash as far as I'm concerned. I really do not rate the player. And again, people saying using as scapegoats, everything else and all that. No, I just really don't rate the player, same as I don't Richarlison. And then people say, get behind your players. I do get behind my club, my manager, my players. Why? Because I want them to win. That is what I call getting behind the club, getting behind the player. wanting them to do well. I want Timo Werner to score 30 goals and everyone tell me I was wrong. Well, I haven't even checked out my lottery ticket on it, but I'll bet that on it that Timo Werner don't score 30 bloody goals. That's how sure I am he won't. And going with Odobert, yeah, on the left, I think he had a okay debut. Wouldn't say good, wouldn't say bad, I'd say respectable. He looked like he wanted the ball, which I really did like. He looked like he actually had some control on the ball, wanted the ball at his feet and could actually dribble it, unlike anyone we've got up front, because Son can't even dribble the ball too well. He can kick the ball forward and sprint with it, but he can't dribble it too well. It's not one of his points. And Johnson's the same, Werner's the same. He actually looks like he's got a bit of ball control. He was calling out for the ball. He wanted the ball. But if you go and actually look at his stats, they were pretty goddamn awful. I mean, out of the whole thing, his successful attempts of getting past someone was like 33%. I think he had one cross into the box that went over the crossbar. No shots, no assists, anything like that. If you look at the boys' stats, they was actually really, really bad. But on the other side of it, on the positive side, I can see there is a player there. And he also has a season experience in the Premiership. But I thought he had an okay game. Again, it's another one we're going to have to give time. But God, when he played that game, the amount of Spurs fans that just went totally off their head, like we just signed the next Ronaldinho or something. But hey, it's what we are, mate, isn't it? It's what we are. But Jess, I do totally get your point and see where you're coming from. And Jed, do you know what? I'll probably rather stick him on the right than bloody Johnson anyway. Because I do think Johnson is that bad. But again, it's purely opinionated. And Alpesh, what you're saying here, we only needed 3 quality first teamers. Yeah. I mean, we need a lot more than that for the squad and everything. But it's, yeah, even 2 quality first teamers would have been good. A quality mid that can cover that DM if we ever play with a bloody DM, or the box to box and mainly defend on it, who can muscle it up if he needs to, and a winger. And we obviously needed a striker. Yes, I'll step back from that. I'll make you right. 3. We needed the striker. We got the striker. That Chiesa one pissed me off no end. And then I get a load of Spurs supporters tell me he's not good enough for Spurs, but he's good enough for Liverpool, isn't he? Yeah. He can cross. He can pass. He can dribble with a ball. He's got skill. Yes, he's had a big injury, but he is twice the player on the wing of any player we've got, and that includes Son. He is more capable as a winger than Son. Son can't cross. Son can't pass very well. He don't dribble too great, but he is an epic world-class goal scorer, and he's got a good pace on him to get the ball past his man and put it in the net. As an out-and-out winger, Chiesa is much better of what he's capable of. But then we all know he's had, like, I mean, last season he played about 30-odd games, if not more. Didn't have the best stats, but it was his first full season back after, like, basically 2 years of injury. And for basically £10 million, £10.5 million. Okay, would have had a 200 grand contract, but we're paying 175 to Timo Werner, for God's sake. For me, it was just a no-brainer. Why didn't we do it? Why didn't we do something like that? I mean, what is our name at Spurs? Like, to dare is to do? For me, it's more of ambition is a toxic word at Spurs. But yeah, we definitely needed 3. 100%, mate. Agree with you. Tony, Ange can just, yeah, fuck right off. What a clueless guy. Totally out of his depth. I'm going to back off him for a little bit, Tony. I'm going to do what a couple of others have said. You know, it's all done now. It's all happened. The transfer window's all through and everything. So let's just sit back and watch it go. Let's sit back and see how this goes. But I do agree with what you're saying. I personally think he is out of his depth as a Spurs manager, as a top 6 manager in a big league. Why? I think I'm just clutching at straws, maybe, trying to come up with answers. Honestly, I just think very similar to Conte in the way of they are so bloody stubborn it is his way or no way. Only difference is Conte's done it in the Premiership. Conte's done it twice in Serie A with 2 different teams, or is it even 3? And he's also won He's won it all except Champions League. His European record isn't great. Mourinho's the same. So stubborn on his way, so set on his way, but Mourinho has won everything. Possibly one of the greatest managers ever out there. And some of the stick he gets, I think he's actually quite underrated as a manager, personally. I mean, if I'm going to say manager, I think he's better than Klopp. He succeeded more than Klopp. And then you've got the other managers like Pep, who just, even if he was 100 years old, he would still adapt because he's the Don, probably the greatest manager of all time. And yeah, I do rank him above Alex Ferguson. I know some people jump down my throat for that one. There is a reason to it. Fergie was phenomenal, what he did at Man U. But he never went nowhere else. He never tried it anywhere else. He stayed in his safe patch when Man U dominated. Pepe's been everywhere and done it. Okay, he's been at top teams and done it, but everywhere he's gone, he's done it. So that's just an opinion with that one. But yeah, I do think Ange is out of his depth because he's so set in his way because he's only played in small leagues. And people say this is belittling the man, condescending him, whatever word you want to use. I'm not. I'm just going by what I see. And no one can tell me that Scottish League, from when I last checked up, that he's ranked lower than the USA League, has even got the similarity to the Premier League or the Japan or Australian League. And people take offence when I say that. I mean, basically, not the exact word, but I've been basically told that I'm Australian phobic or whatever. I disrespect the man just because he's Australian. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Purely because Ange's Australian, I don't like him. So call me Australian phobic. No, it's got nothing to do with that. I couldn't give a toss where he comes from. I don't care what colour he is. I don't care what religion he is. I don't care who he makes love to off the pitch. I really couldn't care. As all I care about is what he does for the club. As all I care about is his managing skills. What he gets up to, whatever he does, wherever he goes to on a Sunday night, I don't care. Just do it on the pitch. And I feel the same about all the players. I couldn't care about their lives, what they do off the pitch and everything else. Just do it on the pitch and I'm happy. I don't care whether you've got a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a non-binary or whatever you want to bloody call it. Get on with it, mate. It's your life. I just want to see you do it on the pitch. And going on with what I'm saying, with what you're saying, Tony, is I do think he's out of his depth because I just haven't seen nothing to see that he can adapt from his way and see it a different way and adapt to a massive league like the Premiership. I do think he's Premier League standard. I don't think he's a bad manager. Not at all. It's just, I look at him as more of a Nottingham Forest manager. There's no disrespect to anyone. I know I have to say that, but it's a team I will use. I look at him as more of a Leicester manager, more of an Ipswich manager. No, if I'm going to tell the truth, from what Dave said to me last night, I think the Ipswich manager is actually better than Ange. Go check out some stats like I did this morning with him, and you might see why. Very interesting manager there, but that's another show we'll come to another day. And I just think he's a lower club standard, but I do believe the man is Premier League standard. And if the man proves he can adapt to the Premiership, then maybe we might actually be quite pleasantly surprised on what he could do. I just feel also a lot of people, a lot of fans, they just want to get behind the system, everything else. But a lot of people also like him because he's a nice bloke. He comes across with a nice personality. He's quite witty. He's quite good at shutting up some of the pundits when it comes to it and that. And I feel that's why a lot of people like him. But we all want him to succeed. We all want him to. I just can't stand his bloody defensive tactics. I can't. And unless he fixes them, and let's just hope we don't get the injuries. Because again, I'll say it again, I believe he will be gone by January if things just don't go right. If it goes wrong in the next 3 games, he's going to be in trouble. I mean, go out that cup in the round again, lose to Newcastle and Arsenal. Do not tell me that this so-called loving fan base that all love Ange are not going to start going toxic. I'm not saying they all will after those 3 games, but it will start turning. We always do it at Spurs. Always. 25 years of history speaks. No, you can't live in your history. If you live in your history, you've got no future. I get that. But when you employ someone, it's like with a CV, isn't it? You want to see the history. And by history, 25 years of it, it says he will be out by Christmas or January if things really do go a bit tits up. And the fans will turn on him. They always do. They turned on Conte. I'm not saying everyone does, but a lot will. And all of a sudden, it will go back to square one again. And here we go again. And then you'll get the people on here complaining about it. or talking about it, like me, Stel, Maz, Sava, my mate Dave, Alex, Marlon, Ash. The list can go on about it with it and everything. And then it'd just be back to square one again. And where do we go now? I mean, look how hard it was to struggle to get this manager. So I don't even think any of us don't really want him to see him get the sack. Just bloody adapt, mate. I know I keep repeating it, but that is all I am asking for of our bloody manager. I don't think it's a lot. And Renetic Sports Agenda, big up Dan, big up to you too, mate. And Ryan, big up Dan. In for another long season, but hey, at least we have Levy and Co to steer the trophies. Yeah, mate, just don't go there. And Renetic saying, I'll catch up with the chat here. And Renetic saying, Rice, red card, BC, he got 2 yellow. Well, I'm actually seeing it on here that he just got a straight red card. And checking it up, I mean, I might be totally wrong. Someone do tell me. I'm going to try and scroll it down quickly. I mean, how far was it? Someone tell me what he actually got. Did he actually get 2 yellows or did he actually get a red? Arsenal, Brighton, Timber took the red. As far as I know, he got a straight red card, didn't he? But somebody do tell me, because I don't actually know. And Stefan, big up to you, mate. It's Levy flu, Dan. No, if it was Levy flu, mate, I'd be in a hospital bed. It's just man flu. And and Shem, it was 2 yellows. Cool. So does that still make him out for the? Yeah, that still takes him out for the Spurs game. So that's all I'm happy with there. And Tom, Dan, did you see Lange's interview about the window? Absolute waffle. Yes, I thought it was, but this is what I was saying at the start. I mean, I went on a bit of a rant about it on Sabbath show. So did a few of us and that. But then my mate Dave, who's very good at sort of showing you both sides to it as such. Some would say sitting on the fence, but he does see both sides, I think, a lot clearer than a very high majority of us YouTubers. Because a lot of us are, well, the way it's put on, it's like it's politics, isn't it? You're either far left or far right. When actually you're not. You can be a bit more right or a bit more left, whatever way you want to put it. But he definitely sees it, I think, a lot better than a majority, not saying all, but a majority of YouTubers from both sides. He tries to portray the situation from and show you both sides. Whereas a few of us get too emotional at times in the aspect of frustration and then think about it after. That's more what I'm like. I get frustrated, I show it, I say my piece, don't really care who it offends or whatever and that. And then maybe afterwards you sit down and you have a think about it and think, you know what? Maybe I got that one a little bit wrong. Or maybe I even got it totally wrong. But sometimes you do just think, maybe I got it a little bit wrong. And he's not going to come out and say he did not like that window. He's not going to come out and say that it was bad in any way, because it would just be a stupid thing to him do. And it wouldn't be good for the players that he did buy. And that's how I see it now. So I do get it. But mate, this man, he does talk too much. He does. He has shot himself in the... I'm surprised he's got any bloody feet left. He's shot himself right up in the foot several times now. And he's done himself no favours. He is now going to get held to word to everything he has said, even though we know what goes on behind. But because he has spoke that bit much more to try it, I think, and keep the fans happy and united, what he's actually done is dug himself a hole that he's going to turn a lot of fans on him, because it's all on his head now. Levy's sitting there laughing. Levy's sitting there probably thinking, you prick, thank you. You've just got me off again. And can I feel sympathy for Ange for that? Do you know what? The more I think of it, I can. Because he's just trying to be a nice bloke. He's just trying to contact with the fans. But there's a way to do it. Same as there's a way to do everything. You don't go and make promises you can't keep. You shouldn't just blatantly stand there and chat bullshit just for the sake of what you think is what people want to hear. I want a manager that communicates with us. I want a manager that talks to us. I want a manager to do that. But I don't want my manager to just stand there and chat BS that he's been told to talk by Levy, or BS that he's just talking because he's trying to unite the fan base. I don't want no bullshit off my manager. Just get to the point. Say it what it is. That is why I've always liked Mourinho's, and I've always liked Conte's, and I've thought Alex Ferguson was brilliant at it. That is what I prefer, sort of thing. But again, each their own at the end of the day. Time will tell with Ange. And when the outgoings were good, but incoming. The outgoings were good. We got rid of trash. But if you look at the money we got for it, it was pretty bad. I mean, we literally had some players we literally had to pay to leave. That's not good. But if that's what had to be done to get rid of the crap, they've done the right thing. It had to go one way or another. I mean, and Ndombele was a perfect one there, wasn't he? I mean, come on, man. That man had to go one way or another. I don't care whether we paid for his plane, or I don't care whether we got on, I don't know, got in contact with someone from the mafia to do it for us. Either way, he had to go. Simple as that. And we had to pay him to go. Might have been cheaper doing it the other way, I said, but I suppose we just leave that one. Oh, pardon me. And Tony, Matt Hayes is over the moon. And Jessica, I'm trying to think positive. If City get relegated, FFP stuff, they will have to sell. Would we go for a few, or would do? I'll tell you this for a fact: City are not getting relegated. It's not going to happen. Even if they get done for 2,000 things, it's not happening. Same as Chelsea ain't going to get bit in the arse, good and proper, for whatever people are looking at them for, and that. They will not get relegated. It won't happen. And I'll explain why I think why. I don't even think this one's opinion. I think this one's pretty much, you can't call it a fact, but I'd say 95% proof. City ain't going down. Why? Because they're too big. They're too powerful. Look at what the Champions League has just done. They've basically just made that Champions League and that Europa into a little Super League, haven't they? Because this is one thing that is scaring the Premiership, scaring all the big leagues. This Super League that could have happened, where all the big clubs just say, well, do you know what, Premier League, do one, I get more money here. How we was even involved in that, we just don't even deserve to be called in the top 20 clubs in the world, but it is purely down to money. And it would just take the 5 biggest teams out of Italy, Germany, France, a couple out of Holland, England, obviously, and it would just put them all in the Super League, and that is where the money would be. You'd see the Premiership fall to pieces, the Bundesliga fall to pieces, Serie A would fall to pieces, all the other leagues would just totally bang, end off. Our league would become as small as the Scottish League, if not just totally evaporate. There would be no money in it, no nothing. City are too powerful. If they go and do that, try and do that to City, City will turn around and say, do you know what? You do that, we're going to pick up with these Super League boys. And then other clubs will do it because other clubs still want to do it, like Barcelona, Real Madrid and that. One of the only big ones that don't actually want to do it is actually Bayern Munich. Whereas all the other clubs were in for it. Liverpool, Man U, Spurs, Chelsea, Arsenal, City. No, the fans weren't, but the clubs were. So that is why I don't think nothing will happen to City. So that one's just, they ain't going down. They're going to get a fine. Something will happen, maybe 10 points even, but they are not going to get relegated. If they do, I will be shocked, is an understatement. And Renee, Matt Hayes hates me. Hate is a strong word, mate. And Alpesh, 1 match ban for Rice. Yep. Sorry, dislike. And Matty, big ups, Dan, big ups to you too, mate. Hope everything's good. And going to come down a couple on here. I think this goes back to what I said earlier. PEH all the way. He's class shithousery. Yeah, but he's got more experience, isn't he? And Pete, how you doing, mate? Hope everything's good for you. I'm half out behind myself on here now. 11 p.m. in Melbourne. And again, thanks for the 5 memberships. It's appreciated. And Renate Højbjerg is now Denmark's captain. I am forced to watch him next week. Well, we shall see. I just don't think he was one of the first players we needed to get rid of. And Tony at Renate, Matt Hayes is a fucking totally clueless. Fair enough. And the leftovers, Højbjerg is crap. Too many mess ups for an experienced player. I agree. But Gray hasn't even got experience. He's got nothing to show us. Not in the big leagues. Nothing at all. I mean, if anyone can say that he's got something over Højbjerg, do tell me what. Sorry, for me, season in the Championship does not have it over a player that has 5 years in top leagues and has won actually top leagues. Just opinion. And Magnetic, cheers, Peter. Matty, big up to you too. Scott M, just having you another membership for me, big up. So he's saying thank you, and Magnetic saying thank you. Detrex, how we doing, fella? Hope everything's fine for you. Can I be a mod? Yes, you can, mate. If you give me a split second here, if I find you on here, for God's sake, let me run through it quickly, or I can do it after the show. I can make you a mod because I can't do it on the actual StreamYard. I've got to go over to YouTube to do it on there. But there you go, mate. Hide uses channel, add as moderator, stand as moderator, and job done. I mean, Detrex, if you do want to jump on and give your opinion about it, seeing as you weren't on yesterday, then just send me a message, mate, and I'll send you the link because I'm sure everyone would love to hear your opinion. And yeah, mod done. And Alpesh, Dan, I think we got 13 players out, something along those lines, mate, wasn't it? And Peter, you are welcome, Scott, top man. No, Spurs have spent 25 million this transfer window. If I check up on all the numbers, you might be right. I haven't checked up on it properly. I mean, I've heard enough of it off everyone, but I didn't check it up this morning. I mean, and with stuff like that, I usually have to write it down because I'll forget it and then I'll remember it at the end of the show or something, you know. So what I'm going to do here quickly has just got a message. There we go, mate. Feel free. The link is there. And do you know what I do? As soon as I've just been told I've got a little bit longer, not much. I'm going to put the link on here. Anyone who wants to come on and disagree with anything I've said, or anyone wants to put their own point across, or anyone wants to come on and speak their bit about this transfer window, there's the link. Come on and do it. No debates, no arguments as such. Just come on and give your opinion if you want to. The offer's there. And Ridwan, I think you say thank you. Joe, we have spent a load of money and nothing again. And there is the wife. Much love. And I believe it when I see it. Yeah, I was in trouble last night. Detrex, how we doing, mate?
Good, how are you? How's everything going?
Man flu, mate. Man flu.
Oh, man.
All us men on here know it exists. But yeah, so apart from that, you're all good. I mean, I don't even need to ask your bloody opinion on this, but I'll still do it on that. Give me your full opinion on this and then what happened last night. Go on, mate. Go for it. Don't hold back. Just say it how you...
For me, it's one of the worst transfer windows I've ever seen in my life. I think it's even worse than when we didn't sign the players for 3 windows. Because what is the point of signing... No, because honestly, what is the point of signing youngsters when you don't even know, like, if they're going to have an impact on the present? Not in the future, I'm talking about now. So now they're a bit useless. Then we sign a player that we're gonna call dibs in the future. So what is the point of signing a player that you don't even own? That makes no sense.
I mean, the question is, are we even...
Sure.
Are we even going to buy him? That is the question. I think it was just a dirty little trick to get round the transfer part, personally. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, there's no point of buying someone if you don't even know if he's good enough. If he's good enough in the future. We needed a winger. We signed Timo Werner on a second-year loan. We signed Odeberg, a player that nobody knew he even existed. I don't even know if the hospital, like his birth certificate, still exists. Nobody knows about him. And then we signed Archie Gray, a player that they even make the 11 of the championship, and apparently he's that good. But Wayne Holland, that watches him almost every week in, week out in the championship, said he's not good enough.
Yeah, I remember Wayne saying that, and big up to Wayne, if you're watching, mate, top fella.
Yeah, big up Wayne. And then this fraud of Ange said, oh, we need a center back, and then he doesn't sign anyone, and he sent Ashley Phillip on loan. And then says in front of the media, oh, I don't want to block Vuskovic and Phillips' pathway to the first team, but then you send them on loan. Make it make sense. We sold our only number 6 in in Højbjerg. We don't even sign a number 6.
Skip as well.
And Skip too. Archie Gray, apparently he played right back the whole preseason, but then now he's a center mid.
Well, we played centre back in the
And the centre back too.
Games.
Yeah, and centre back. We play Emerson Royal the whole preseason to then sell him to AC Milan. Well, this team doesn't make any sense. And then the funniest one. Oh, you're gonna see Mikey Moore, Will Lancashire in its first team. Oh, they're good enough. Oh, you're gonna see Ange is cooking. Didn't even make the bench in both season games. I think it's just it was a complete waste of time. This window was a waste of time, and there was no plan, no nothing.
It didn't look like it, did it? I mean, one of the things Ange said that actually, I mean, just on this one, Pete, Dan Gray, Bergville, Odeberg, don't shy or hide. Good signs. Time will tell. I personally think they will come good, but just for what we need this season, no. We need, if we'd have got some experienced players in as well, then I get it.
Can I answer this question quickly? He says they're going to come good. But you forget that we still have Van de Ven and Romero. They're not going to be here for that long. And wait for Odeberg and Bergvall to shine. Romero can leave next season. He was close to leaving to Madrid.
I agree. And if Van de Ven has a banging season, you know the big teams are going to come looking for him, aren't they?
You know for a fact he's going to leave. It's a fact he's going to leave in the future.
I think we've got him for a season or two. I think if he has another great season, people would definitely go sniffing around him, but we have him on a good contract. And then in the best situation, the following season, he has a good one. Someone like Bayern Munich or whatever is just going to step in and say, thank you, come again. He's coming to us. And yeah, Levy, you get the money out of it, but then we all know what Levy does with the money. Absolutely fuck all. Well, that's a lie, actually. He does spend the money. He just spends it on crap. I mean, the thing that really pissed me off, Detrex, with what Ange said, one of the things that really got my back up, because some of the things I've been saying on the show, I actually understand why he needed to say some of the stuff, but he went OTT. But with bringing up, we didn't think the Solanke deal would take this long. When everybody was using it, I say everybody lightly, but a lot of people were using excuses that the Euros were on and everything else. And then, okay, we can't buy the players because they're in the Euros. Well, what are their bloody agents for then? But okay. He wasn't even in the bloody Euros or nothing. Yet we get him with about a week left on the transfer market. To me, that just... I can't get my head around that comment. Can you?
Yeah, but why lie to the media and to the fans saying, oh, he was my number one choice?
I think we're all sure he wasn't.
Yeah, but why would you lie? Just be honest. Oh, he was in my top 3, but don't say he was my number one choice. If he was really your number one choice, there will be leaks before the window, and during the window, he would have been bought like the first week or second.
You would have thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And because if we bought what's his name, Pedro Neto, I wouldn't understand because he always gives them praise. But Solanke, like, come on. There's no way a manager will look and say, "Oh, I want Solanke as my Kane replacement."
Not unless you're at something like Crystal Palace or Fulham or one of the lower 10 teams as such.
Crystal Palace have a better striker than us.
That's what I was just about to say. I just contradicted myself. Crystal Palace possibly had the better striker.
Matella is better than Solanke.
I mean, Solanke had a good season last season, but again, I don't just go on one season. I mean, now I get it with 20-year-old, 19-year-old, if he has a spectacular season and you snap him up. I get that. I do get the point to it, yeah? But he's 26 coming on 27, possibly at the peak of his career.
Yeah.
And he's had one good season. One. Oh no, don't. I forgot. He had a pretty good season in the Championship as well. No, he's had one
Championship
Premiership
doesn't
season.
count.
I agree. And I think what was it when Liverpool done it? He played about 20-something games for him and scored one bloody goal. I know a lot of them were subs, but he also started a few, and he only scored one bloody goal. And for 65 million, I think we definitely got caught with our pants down there, like we do on a few things. But I just can't picture Ange standing there and saying, Solanke, get me that man. That is the man I want. Get me Solanke. I'm sorry. If it is, then you've got to say we've got a bang average manager.
Boy, look at Solanke. His best season was when Bournemouth played a low block. And then we're going to play the high line. And how do you know if Solanke is going to score 19 goals? If you play the Conte system, maybe you can argue, oh, Solanke would fit. But wouldn't it be smarter to go buy a striker that knows how to play a high line and knows how to, cause pressure to the defense?
The Ange way, yeah?
Yeah, he plays one game of the Ange way and gets injured.
That one for me, though, is just bad luck. That one's just Spurs.
No, it's not bad luck, bro. Van de Ven never got an injury, comes to Spurs, gets injured. Same thing with the other players.
What Arsenal were doing for many years, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like what happened with Partey, never saw an injury in his life and went to Arsenal and just got ragged with them, basically, didn't he?
Same thing with Timber. Never got injured at Ajax, comes to Arsenal, gets injured. Maybe it's just the training. Maybe the system just puts too much pressure on your body, and that's why Solanke is injured. And Richarlison doesn't even play one game for us.
Richarlison's injured as well.
Yeah. Just give it time. We didn't buy the cover. You're gonna see the players are gonna get injured like a bunch of flies. Just fell over.
Van de Ven for me, I mean, we both agreed on this one. And my mate Tommy, who used to run this one and passed it over
Big up Tommy.
Do very much miss you on here, mate. You was always a laugh. And he said it from basically after 5 games, 6 games with Ange football. He said, this man's hamstrings are going to snap. I don't know, mate. I don't know. Like, come on, surely it ain't going to be that bad. And then after I watched a couple more games, I'm thinking, yeah, his hamstrings will go. Lo and behold, snap. And I think we will see it again this season. And I think that would be another reason that he would even possibly want to leave the club, because Ange's tactics are just so demanding on his hamstrings that he'll have no hamstrings left if he stays here 3 years with Ange, will he? Not that I'm saying Ange will be here with 3 years, but if it was, he's going to end up getting busted, isn't he?
Well, I played center back my whole entire life. There's one thing you hate is running at full speed when you have to defend an attacker. Do you know how much pressure it puts on your body and usually defenders are the heaviest players on the field, to run and make those sprints every time? Nobody's going to enjoy their time playing center back. And Van de Ven is going to get injured. It's a fact. It's not a me prediction. It's a fact. He's going to get injured.
It is a fact. The way we play, he is going to get hurt. He's going to do
his last game
again.
And Brian Diggle said yesterday on the show that apparently he's injured. He won't play. He won't play. He's out for maybe 6 weeks.
Who's that?
He said that Van de Ven might be injured for 6 weeks.
I knew he'd taken a knock. Now, you know what? Again, this is where I question manager skills, yeah? I go and see... I mean, Eugene, you want to jump on, mate? I've put the link out on there. You're more than welcome. I can send it to you private if you want. Just let me know on a message. Now, if I would have been in Ange's system there as such, in Ange's place as such, and I think this happened when we was, 2-0 up against Everton, or was it 3-0 up against Everton? I can't remember. When he sort of, what I call it is when you stand on your own knee, basically. I don't know how to describe it properly. That's the way me and my mates used to say it when you're playing the football and basically the full weight goes on your ACL and you sort of almost twist your knee. We used to call it basically standing on your own knee, if people get what I'm saying. And that's what he looked like he'd done. But yeah, still came on and played. But me personally, being 2 goals up, which I think we were, I might be wrong, but I think we were, I would have said, do you know what? You're coming off. Because we still got Newcastle, Arsenal coming up. It looks like we're going to win this game. Everton were just clearly shit. No two ways about it. But we were good. We took advantage of we took our chances. That's all we can ask. And I would have had him off. Even if the player would have said to me, no, I'm fine, get off that pitch, and brought Dragusin on for him. Because even with Dragusin on there, we would have still covered that game clearly because Everton were just purely that shit. So I would have took one of my most needed players that I need the most, which Van der Ven is probably our most needed player for Ange's system, I think. I would have had him off. Even if it was only a little knock he'd got, I would get off. I mean, what about you?
No, me too. I just don't get it. We're 3-0 up. No, 3-0 up. Like, give what's his name?
Dragusin.
Some minutes. Even everyone says, "Oh, when we're 3-0 up, it's the perfect time to give the youngsters." Why not give Mikey Moore and Lancashire a couple of minutes to play, like 10, 15 minutes? What was the point of keeping Son and Poro and Van de Ven for 90 minutes, and you have a more and they're playing international football, so they're probably gonna play 90 minutes every game.
We got that coming as well.
I don't think this manager thinks so for the future, because he's never used to having players that are gonna play international football, because they're never good enough.
I mean, he had a few at Celtic that obviously played the international.
Yeah, but
side, I don't think he's used to having a squad that basically plays it.
Yeah, but did he ever have a player like Romero that's going to play 90 minutes for Argentina? Van de Ven probably play a good 70 minutes for Holland. Son's going to play every game for South Korea. He never had those players. Except Matt O'Reilly. Who else?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that was another player. Why the hell did we not go for him? For 25 mil. Again, it just makes the whole thing just look
No, let's buy Archie Gray for 40 minutes.
Yeah, you know.
And he didn't even make the Championship 11. Let's go buy him.
That is the one I go by. But so many people stick up for him, like we're just picking on him. We're not. We're just trying to suss it out, basically.
But every time I watch him play, he's not good enough. I'm not trying to be just negative, be mean to the guy. I'm not impressed when I see him play. I'm not impressed.
You're going to have to give him some time in the Premiership, yeah? I feel that you're going to have to give him some time in the Premiership. But at the moment, I don't think he's ready.
It's not about like you need the flair, you need the touches, you need the step overs. But every time I see Bergvall, I see a player that's ready.
He looks like it, doesn't he? He looks.
I know he's young
for the Premiership. Yep, but he looks ready, doesn't he?
There's one thing I love in a player when they don't hide, not like Pape Sarr. Give me the ball, I'm going to create something. It might work, it might not work, but give me a chance. Archie Gray, if you pass me, good. If you don't pass me, I'm okay.
I mean, that's what I thought that Odobert, what I liked about him, even though he didn't really succeed in anything, he weren't scared of having the ball. He wanted the ball. That was the big ups I give him. Even though his stats was absolutely shocking, really, if you look at them and that. But it was his first game, whatever else and that. But the thing I really did like about him was he wanted the ball. I mean, for me, Bergvall, do I think he's ready for a full 90 minutes? Possibly
against
not.
Everton, yes.
Yes, a team like Everton or something, whatever, or if we played Ipswich and that, I could see why. But for me, he's a player that you bring on with 25 minutes, 30 minutes to go. If you're 1-0 up, 2-0 up or whatever, start getting him in there slowly. And to me, when you see him on the ball, he does look ready. He looks like he's got ball control. The way he looks up straight away and his eyes are always looking forward. He's not just looking down at the ball or looking backwards. You can see he is alert, isn't he? You can see that there's definitely something there.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not bigging him up like he's the next bloody Messi or nothing, but he looks, from what I see at the moment, and it's only a couple of little things like Archie Gray, he looks more than ready to at least start on that subs bench. And on the ball, he looks confident. He's willing to take a risk. He's already shown that. When a young player that age can come in and play like that, even with 10, 15 minutes, you know he's got a pair. You know he's up for the game. And this is why I say Archie great. I just don't think he's ready for what we need yet. In a year or two, come good, maybe.
But isn't it a bit sad that he looks more confident than a player like Brennan Johnson? Isn't it a bit sad?
I mean, if you ask me, mate, Brennan Johnson, the look on his face, I mean, I have to be careful how I say things on here.
I mean Beetlejuice, not Brennan Johnson, I mean Beetlejuice. So.
Oh, right, I know who you're on about now.
Yeah.
Come on, mate, you coming up with that name. Do you know how much stick Stel got for putting that on there?
Yeah, I know.
And now he's getting the blame for it, and it was you who came up with the bloody name.
They think he's racist now.
God, that's what I mean. Football and everything is just too fucking political now. Why are you going to go onto that side?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I just have to be careful with my words sometimes. I don't.
Yesterday you got lucky. You got lucky.
Just don't even go there. I'll talk to you after the show. Just don't even go there, man. As I can say, a lot of people won't know what we're talking about here, but thank you.
No, it's better. For the better.
Wait, mate. I think it was the show before yesterday. You saved my ass. I wouldn't have just been walking like John Wayne. I would be gone. So either way, we'll leave it at that. But thank you.
No problem.
I nearly fucked up big time.
Yeah, of course.
But going back to what we were saying, I mean, go on. Speak about Bergvall first, and then we'll go on to Beetlejuice. What you see in Bergvall? I see in
Bergvall, I just like the way he commands the ball. He commands like players give me the ball. I like he never goes sideways like Archie Gray. He always turns and passes it forward.
Different players, though, isn't it? Different types.
No, but come on, like you're a midfielder. Like, why do you always pass it sideways or backwards? Like when you do that, either you're scared or you're not able to turn. That's what it tells me. Then he always goes for a tackle. He never fears of a tackle. Honestly, I see a good player. I see honestly a future, maybe. I'm not gonna go there, but he might be the next Bentancur, maybe. Gives me a lot of Bentancur vibes.
Okay. I mean, and Bentancur at one time was very good until he got that ACL injury. I think some people underrate him. I think a lot of people also overrate him. But he's a good player. But until he had that ACL, I mean, an ACL can destroy anybody. Yeah,
it can destroy anybody, but I think I see a good player. I really see a good player.
I do, from what I've seen of him, and I think he's definitely one that if, say, we're 2-1 down to Arsenal and there's 20 minutes to go and you just want to, I don't know, take a chance, throw a bit of luck on there, something that could possibly happen. Do you know what? Chuck him in it. Go on, mate. Give it what you got. I mean, if it don't succeed, then I don't think it'll get much stick for it. I think Ange would get the credit of, okay, at least you was willing to try him. But he's the sort of player that you look at like that and you think he could actually make something change. He could actually do something cheeky in those 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even against Leicester when he came on, like he made a difference. Because the second half we lost the midfield battle, and when he came on, like he really, really made a difference. So I see a good player. I'm impressed with them. But
I mean,
with Sol, of course.
It takes a lot.
Yeah,
you praise everybody, don't you?
Yeah, because when people praise Papasar, you know my feelings with him. I think he's shit.
I don't think he's as bad as you say, but I don't think he's as good as everyone says.
No.
I think the problem is with Papasar is I don't think he's found his gender yet. Probably not the best way to put it, but on the pitch. Like I said, what he does in real life, I don't care if he wants to be a fucking unicorn. Yeah, as long as you do it on the pitch, bloody do it. And I just don't think he knows what he quite is on that pitch yet, and I don't think the manager even knows it.
But
I don't think he knows whether he's a DM, an MC, or an AMC. I don't think he actually knows what he's best at. He looks like one of those players that's good at a few things, but special at nothing, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, but if you're a midfielder in general, you should be good on the ball. And he's not good. So this is why I praise Bergvall. And this is why I don't praise him and Archie Gray, because I don't see them. They're not confident on the ball. Because I praised Bentancur. Before the injury, he was one of our best midfielders.
He was.
But now
Definitely.
now unfortunately, he's always injured, so I cannot praise him.
No, you can't. I
can't.
get your point. Okay,
So this is...
Go on.
Yeah. No, I'm done.
So, we'll go to your main man then. Your lover in disguise, Beetlejuice. Come on then. Let it out.
If I say he's one of the worst players I've ever seen in my life, everyone will say, "Oh, you're lying. No, he's arguably one of the worst.
But he did get some goals, and he did get some. I'm just being devil's advocate here, you know that. But he did get some goals, and he did get some goals.
If I go in a club and I get the hottest girl, does it mean I'm a good-looking guy?
Not necessarily, because you can definitely get a hot woman with tactics.
Yeah, with tactics, that's my point. So he got goals because of the tactics. Make a run inside the box, and the ball's gonna. And if someone knows how to cross, it's gonna go. You just have a tap in to make. But name me one goal he made where he created himself that chance.
I think the only ones you can go with that is one or two where he drilled it across the floor, basically on his 15th attempt in the game or whatever. And I think
so it's called luck. If I take 10 shots and one of them goes on the top corner, it makes me a shit player. Because it's luck. Sometimes you're going to get your luck. And with this guy, I've never seen him look confident on the ball. His touches are shit.
Yeah.
He always makes that Beetlejuice face. I don't know why he does it, but it annoys me.
He does.
He always makes that face, and then he always keeps his head down. He never looks confident. I don't know what to say. This guy's absolutely shit.
I honestly don't rate him either. I mean, with one of the things you said there, I think he's got one of the worst ball control, first touches I've seen in a player in general. When I say in a player in general, I mean in the Premier League. I think his ball control, his first touch is absolutely shocking.
And everyone said, "Oh, his biggest quality is fast." But look at, for example, Dan James. He's shit, but he knows how to use his pace. Let me kick the ball and just run. He can't even do that. That's what a lot
of them do, isn't it? And yes, exactly. That's what all of them do. That's why I've looked at Odegaard and thought, do you know what? I like what I see as such, even though he done jack shit, really. But I like the way he could actually control the ball at his feet. You could see he could. All ours, and I keep saying it, including Son. Son ain't got great ball control. Son's just very, very good at kicking it past, running past the player, and then putting it in the back of the net, which he is a world-class finisher. But dribbling that ball and that, it's not his game. None of our wingers can dribble that ball.
Even Traore was a master at kicking the ball and running. Even Gareth Bale was good at that. You tell me, Brennan Johnson, you're not capable of just kick the ball and run. Every time he runs, it's like he has something up. Every time he runs, it looks like he has something up his backside. He runs. Okay, I'm not gonna say the word, but he runs like. Okay, I'm not gonna say because you're gonna get demonetized. I'll just shut up.
I don't have monetization on mine anyway. I always have it, so it's just.
No, because if I say the word, like I'm gonna get cooked. So I'll just shut up.
Okay, then don't.
Yeah.
Right, I'll save you here. I'll mute you for a moment. Yeah. We call that 1-1.
Yeah.
No, but I agree. He's got no ball control. His first touch of that ball. No, you can't go relating players to I mean, I would still say at Spurs or even in the Premiership. Yeah, some might say some are going to question me on this, but I would say one of the best ball controllers I have ever seen in football, let alone the Premiership, like first touch of the ball, I'm saying, when the ball comes down from 60 yards, 10 yards, 2 yards, whatever. Berbatov.
Yeah, Berbatov is a master.
His ball
even
control.
Modric.
Even Modric. His ball control on that, you could kick that for him from a mile and he would literally just put his foot up and it would stick to his foot.
Do you remember against Everton when Pro made a pass like it was a bit like a strong pass and they hit him in the knee instead of a foot?
Yeah.
Even on his face, he does, like, when he receives the ball, it's like, oh, I'm going to shit my pants.
He looks scared, doesn't he? I mean, the only time he actually beat his man, and he actually beat his man quite well in that aspect, knocked it past it and run, and his second touch off the side of his foot took it off the bloody pitch.
And even, do you remember when, I think it was Brighton when he scored the winner last season against Brighton.
Mm-hmm.
Even when he took the tap in, he just took a deep breath and then let it all out like, oh, finally I scored.
Yeah.
Like, even the confidence, the arrogance, he doesn't have it. I'm
It's
not
like
saying
what
you
Alex
have to be
said,
the...
isn't it? He hasn't got the front. He hasn't got that arrogant sort of thing. And it's one thing that Alex has been picking up for a long time. And I think it's one thing that's actually getting on a few people now, that he has actually got a solid point.
But you need arrogance when you play. I know you don't have to be the best player on the field, but like, command the ball, like, show the players, like, yeah, okay, I messed up. For example, Odeberg. The right back got the better of me, but still give me the ball. I'm gonna try once again. That's how you play football. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you need to command others, like, trust me, give me the ball. I'm gonna create something. And with him, it's like we play down against 10 men every time he's on the pitch.
And like I say, I agree. I really do think he is actually that poor on the ball. If he would just use what he has got and kick it past the bloody player and run past him, he might get a step or two further.
Look at against Everton, the left back, the Ukrainian Mikolenko. He's not the best, but you couldn't even beat him once. Kulusevski is not even the fastest, and he cooked him on the right so many times. With nutmegs, step overs. You can't even do that. I'm not even asking you to dribble and nutmeg the guy, but like, you can at least beat him on a 1v1 with pace.
Yeah, and he don't. Hardly ever.
Bro, if I had a pace, do you know how much, like, I would always kick it and just beat the man if I had pace. God gave you a gift and you can't even use it properly. You're shit.
A lot of wingers, a lot of players would kill to have his pace, wouldn't they?
Imagine you give the pace to Kulusevski. Imagine.
Then you got an animal.
Yeah, you got an animal.
Because the thing is with Kulusevski is he is actually fast. He's faster than any of our midfielders. He's just not quick. His acceleration is poor. If you put him on 100 meters, 150 meters, whatever, he's actually faster than all of our midfield. It's just his acceleration is slow. It takes him about 50 meters or whatever to get to his pace. Whereas with Johnson, he gets to his pace in about 3 or 4 footsteps. He's got that capability of being quick, like the same as Son, quick. And they are both fast as well, and faster than Kulusevski. But I'm saying our centre mids. Kulusevski is actually faster than Basuma, Bentancur, and Sarr. It's just his acceleration is very poor. And he doesn't even use that to his advantage, does he? Detrex?
Sorry, what did you say?
He doesn't even use that to his advantage, does he? His acceleration.
No, he doesn't use it to his advantage, really not.
No. Right, I'll go to something else in as we're just ripping into him here at the moment. Just want to ask a question here, Angus. Dennis Bergkamp had the best first touch, arguably, ever in the Premier League. Do you know what? I can go where you're going from. Him and Berbatov, that's a close call for me. I know that's a close call. I could go with either one of them for that one. Their first touch ball control was as good as it
had
got.
better touch.
You think so? I mean, for me, that's a 50-50. I could go with either person saying that.
No, Berbatov, the way he controlled the ball, it was like art. No, Berbatov had one of the best touches on the ball, like, the Prem has ever seen.
I agree, but then so did Bergkamp. But
I'll say Bergkamp number 2.
Yeah, I could go with either way with that. So I have to make a statement on here now. Well, in a minute. My wife's waiting for me to do this because I know she's going to hold me up to the throat to this one, and basically so is everybody who sees this and sees this after. But I'll get to that point in a minute. With our next game against Newcastle, I mean, it's already showing we are very, very limited. I mean, I think, I mean, the first 11 is going to speak for itself, bar one or two players. I think it'd actually be smart to go and put Kulusevski back as centre mid again. I mean, what do you reckon he's going to try for this, Ange? Would you reckon Ange's going to try for this?
I don't know. Because he always changes the midfield, so... But me personally, what I would do, keep the same back four. No, actually... No, wait, sorry. I will put Van de Ven on the left. I'll tell you why. Because Udogi does not look fit. He doesn't look fit and he doesn't look ready.
He's giving the ball away a lot, isn't he?
He gives the ball away way too much. So I would personally play Van de Ven on the left, and I'll play Dribbling and Romero. Because you need your best defenders against Isaac and Anthony Gordon, and whoever plays on the right.
That don't sound like the worst idea to me. But if he goes and does that, then he's got to make sure that centre back he's got to bring us back 5 yards at least if he's going to do that. Because otherwise we will just get cooked in the middle by Isaac, won't we?
Yeah. So I would change the back four. I will keep the same midfield as last game: Kulu, Madison, Bissouma. And forwards, is Solanke out?
Yes. So is Richarlison. Not that really bothers most people, but it's another player that we've got out when we really ain't got the squad.
Well,
but yes, Solanke's out.
I need to look at something because I don't want to see Beetlejuice on the right.
I mean, for the back, I totally get what you say with the back quickly, because that back would then be a solid muscle at the back, wouldn't it, basically, yeah? But if we have Dragusin in Van de Ven's place, like he showed in the Euros, the one thing the man can't do very well is turn. He's a bit robotic. He's very good at going forward. He's very good at going where he's looking. To come back on himself, he's really not good. That is his letdown. For me, he's an old school centre back. Like he's that unit that you want in there to head the ball out, to toe punt the ball out, and whatever else. That's how I look on Dragusin.
Yeah.
So with someone like Gordon on the side, I get why you could want Van de Ven on there basically, and I think you're 100% right with the Doji.
Yeah, because you know, Delmo, the Gordon is gonna cook Poro on the left. He's gonna cook him. So Romero, like logically, is gonna shift and try to defend. So this is why I say put Dragusin and Van de Ven. We need our best center backs for this game. Now for the midfield, if Bentancur is fit, I'll play him. Or Bergval. Whoever it depends, because Bergval, like he's strong enough, he's not scared on the physicality side. And I'll put Kulu on the right, Son up top, and Odegaard on the left.
Yeah, I could go with that.
Because I don't want to see Beetlejuice. I don't want to see this
the other
guy.
one. It's like I like what Tony just said here with Vicario, Adoji, Van de Ven, Romero, Porro, Bissouma, Madison, Kulusevski, Odegaard, Son, and more. We just know that
Moore's not
won't
going to
happen.
play.
No, but it would be a good idea.
Against Newcastle, no. Against Everton, it would have been a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, that's the sort of game that you would expect something like that to happen. I'd rather go and drop my young player in a game against Everton or Leicester instead of a game against Newcastle or Arsenal.
And Newcastle away.
Yeah. And what is it? What's the score in that in the past two games? 10-1, I think it is, isn't it? Or is it 11-1?
I think it's 11-1.
Yeah.
No, 11-2. Or 11-2.
Yeah. Either way, I am not looking forward to this game at Newcastle in any way.
Neither.
It was a game that never used to bother me, and then now, in some ways, I'm more bothered about that game than I am Arsenal.
But
why? Because if Arsenal,
the only one that scares me is the one that scares me is Isaac.
Yeah, I mean,
like he's gonna split the defense in two. I know he's gonna do that.
Yeah, we both know that. And this is where we go back to the thing we've been saying all the time. Ange has to adapt.
He doesn't adapt.
And this is, and
He
I know,
doesn't.
but it's what we're saying we want him to do. And this is the sort of games now that come up where we see if he has got that quality, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think he has, but again, time will tell. This is one of those games where we will see, isn't it? And we'll see whether he can adapt.
Because Newcastle would love a high line.
With the pace they got on both sides, is. I mean, I like what this just says. The biggest danger isn't Newcastle, it's Spurs. Yeah, I can go for that. We are a danger to ourselves, isn't it? Not just society. Spurs are a danger to themselves, the way we watch and the way we play.
And Newcastle are extremely. They have so many dirty players. Gomez and Joe Linton. Antonelli's back.
I mean, what was it? I thought 3 of their back 4 were out.
Sorry?
I mean, I thought 3 of their back 4 were out.
But doesn't matter. Because do we have the quality to finish our chances?
It doesn't.
If you had Kane and Son at their prime,
yes.
Yeah, if you had Son and Kane at their prime, okay, they don't have their best centre backs. We're good, but we don't have quality for going forward. We just don't. Odegaard had the worst stats last game. Son is not a striker. He's not fast. He's not a striker.
I think he's better as a striker than a winger now. I go with what Stel says on that one. I think we'd actually get more out of him using him as more of a striker than more than a winger. Or at least an inverted forward.
And you know Beetlejuice is going to play, so do you trust him to beat his man and cross the ball? So that's my point. Bro, you can put U13 at center back and we're still going to have a problem scoring goals.
It is. I mean, I'm not usually stuck for words, but on this one I am, because, I mean, their right winger, Gordon.
Does he play on the left? Gordon?
Is he on the left or on the right? Because I can't remember who the one on the
other side. Because Romero is on the right, usually.
Right, yeah, then it's the other way round. So I'm terrible at remembering bloody players' names. You show me the face, I recognise them. You say the name, I'm just terrible with names. Dates as well, I'm not too good with. The one I just make sure I always remember is
your wife's
birthday. Yeah, and our, like marriage day and stuff like that sort of thing. Because if I don't remember them, I will never.
Just get it tattooed.
Well, I had to get a name tattooed. And that was one thing I swore I'd never do in my life. I always swore down in my life, never, ever, ever, bar my daughter's name across my back, would I ever get a woman's name tattooed on me. And I went and done it. Don't regret it, nothing. She didn't put it on me that I had to do it. I'd done it out of choice. But it was one thing I swore I would never do. Oh, well, either way, back to the football. It's nothing to do with football. One day I'll probably get myself hung on here the way that I say a few things, but still. I'm just genuinely scared with this game against Newcastle. I agree with you. Because what they've got on the flanks with the pace and up front, if we play 2 inverted wing-backs with that, we will get absolute and sit on that halfway line with the centre-backs. Whatever centre-backs we play and whatever wing-backs we play, if we go and play it like that against Newcastle, we will get absolutely smashed again.
But that's why I want to see Van der Ven at left-back, because you know he's not going to invert as an attacking mid. He's going to play left. Yeah, he's going to play as a proper left-back.
I mean, I think that's just what a lot of people are asking for. That's one thing I've been screaming for. I know Stel says it, Sava agrees with it, you agree with it, and again, I can go through all the lists. And Maz agrees with it, Polish Mike agrees with it. The reason I say Polish Mike is so everyone knows what I'm on about. And yeah, that comment was quite deadly the other day as well. That was brilliant. And I think everybody agrees, and I think the chat will agree that if he was just to use one inverted wing back at a time and let the other one slot into a back three, even if we pushed up a bit, would be a lot safer. But he don't. He puts both of them up there at the same time. And you go do that against Newcastle with pace like that on the flanks and in the middle, you're going to get yourself done.
And you know that Madison and Kulusevski are going to isolate Bissouma by himself against Linton and Guimaraes. So we're going to get cooked.
So you're not very positive about this game coming up then, no?
We're going to lose. Terribly.
But do you think it's going to be a smashing? Oh, someone's bloody car.
Look, what's going to happen, they're going to score in the first 10 minutes. And then it's going to be goal, goal, goal. So I'm telling you, it's going to finish 4-1.
I mean, this is from a hope side where they've got the injuries, but then last season they had more than half their team out, didn't they? I mean, I'm hopefully going for a 1-1. If we get a 1-1 out of this, to me, I'm going to be cheering like we got a win, basically. And that's bad. That is bad. But for this game in particular, a 1-1, I'm more than satisfied. Whether it's lucky, whatever, I'll be satisfied with it. I mean, Ange says here, 3-1 Spurs. Is that hope you're talking with off your head, or is that off your heart you're talking with there, mate? But yeah, if we don't sort out that back and we don't adjust to a few things there, we are going to get absolutely smashed in this one. But okay, he changed his mind. Actually, 2-1. And Angus makes a good point.
I'll just go to the bathroom quickly. I'll be back.
Yeah. And I think Angus makes a good point with this one as well. Tonelli is like a new signing for them. I mean, yeah. I mean, he was basically out all season. And he's a very good player. If he's got off his addiction, his gambling addiction, then yeah. It is basically like a new player. It's like Timber for Arsenal, isn't it? Even though I've heard he didn't have the best games today, he's basically a new player for them because I think he played, 30 minutes last season. And that big injury took him out for the season. It is basically like having a new player. Ange has got to do something with this game. He's got to adapt something to this game to make this game work. He's got to look at the other team, the other manager, and say, right, I know what they're going to do. Because we all know what they're going to do. We all know what Newcastle are going to do. So shouldn't the manager know and then know how to counter what they're going to do? Not just say, right, this is the way I play and this is the way I'm going to do it. Don't you adapt to the game? Don't you adapt to the other team? No one says you've got to change everything, but surely you've got to make a few tweaks in that to make sure it works, like the top managers do, like the top managers have always done. I mean, even Fergie used to do it at times. Make a few couple of changes, especially when he used to play Arsenal, make a few couple of changes. Even other teams he did it with. Just change a couple of little things to make sure it works for that one. And I think if we just play with both inverted wing backs and the two centre backs, I know I've repeated it enough times, but I think we just get absolutely smashed. No two ways about it. I mean, so what you're saying on here, I'm a bit behind. Ange Ball saying 2-1 already. People, what do you think the results actually going to be on this one? Some of the chat, tell me what you think the results are going to be. And Ange Ball, that's with my head, mate. Ha ha, fair enough. If that's what you honestly think, then fair play to you. I wish I could be as enthusiastic as that with that one, but
all right,
1-1, I think we can squeeze out of this if he does it right. They're just saying today here, Timber got injured today again.
Yeah, he got injured.
What sort of injury was it? Because, like I say, I didn't get to watch the game.
I think it might be a muscle injury.
So nothing too serious.
If he's lucky, with an international break recovers, maybe. But with the amount of injuries he got, I don't think he's gonna play next game.
Okay. You all right, Adrian? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, mate. How are you? You okay?
Yeah. Just got a bit of man flu, mate, and just pissed off on the transfer window as a whole.
You have the Levy.
You
have the Levy flu.
Yeah, Levy flu. No, I'd be in hospital if I had Levy flu, mate.
I mean, I always try to keep a balanced perspective on things. I mean, when I look at transfer windows, to me, from a kid growing up, transfer windows and any excitement generating was always about incomings, not outgoings. We've got rid of a load. we should never been in that situation in the first place where we had to get rid of so many players. It's just poor recruitment in the past, isn't it? So, and as for incomings, I'm not overexcited. I'm not overwhelmed or underwhelmed by the window because now we are where we are and we've got to see where we go with this. If we succeed or fail, it'll be on what we've done, and we've got and what. And as Chris Crowlin posted, it was very similar to my figures that our actual overall spend was 70 mil.
Okay, I mean, in that aspect,
I don't know where he's got his figures from. I mean, there'll always be, an area
Adrian,
for the
with that one, mate, I'm past caring about figures. I really don't care. Honestly, I mean, it's all good going on about it, why it's going on, and that Solanke cost 65 million, whatever, and that. But you know what? I'm past that bit. I don't give a fuck. It's just the income of players we've had is. I just think this one has been terrible. We've had 3 kids that lack experience all over. We've got rid of experience all over the pitch, and we've got 1 player with experience that can start a game. That's not good for me. That's not satisfying.
What, like I've said on many podcasts, we have yet to see 90 minutes from Bergvall and Gray in a series of games, because they're 18-year-olds. They're big lumps. They're both 6'2", but we need to see if how well their bodies hold up to a 90-minute game. We've all watched games at pitch side. It is frenetic, right, on that pitch. So how many kilometres can they run a game? How many games can they play? Consecutivity, things like that.
Can I just say something? Oh, sorry, Adrian, just quickly. Do you remember when we had the conversation in the past about like incomings and just transfers in general before the window started? And me, Dan, Stelios all told you it's going to be one of the worst windows we ever seen. And I even told you. And you had so much hope we're going to buy the players, improve the squad. This is one of the worst windows I've ever seen in my life. Don't. Adrian.
2 established players that have played in the Premiership, Odebert and Solanke, to be honest with you.
Odebert's not established.
I haven't seen a lot of them. Actually, the 2 young kids I have seen a lot of because I've watched them, right?
Odebert is not established.
And I've watched Gray before. I like them, but I can't tell you how good they're going to be. I actually believe deep down they will be future stars. But then again, we're waiting again. We're waiting for players. They're not oven ready. I mean, even Brennan Johnson, let's not talk about him. He's not oven ready, and he costs 47 million. So I go with a critique on the window.
Adrian, he's just shit, mate. He's just shit. End of.
Well, it's a bit harsh that because
no, he's shit.
I've criticised him and Werner as half the first Spurs fan base has.
No, you have criticised them both. I'll give you that, mate. I'll give you that. You have.
You don't look. You don't come through the ranks of an academy, get in with a Premier League club, come through. If you haven't got the skill set and all that, it's just not.
Yeah, you can.
He's just not shown enough. He's obviously got it. I mean, Ange must see something in him in training that we don't see. He must, because he keeps picking him. He keeps picking him.
Skip came through the academy and he was one of our worst players.
Look, Skip may not suit the system. He's not an awful
No, he's shit.
He's not an awful player.
He's shit. No, he is awful.
Fair enough,
He's the same as Johnson in my aspect of like he's a bottom 5 club team if he's even good enough for the Premiership. That's the way I see them. I mean, look, you can come through the ranks of a low team and a high team pick you up and then severely regret it. But like you said, Ange keeps picking him. I mean, it's a subject me and Detrex already went through, but we go through again because we've got
let me close the curtain.
No problem with that. And if what Ange sees in him, or how he even suits Ange's system, I don't know. They just must have a good relationship off the pitch, and it just must involve pictures or something. I don't know.
I think Brennan Johnson might have Ange nudes, because there's no way he should be starting in every game. There's no way.
Well, I mean, I was thinking today about the transfer window. I was thinking about people have saying about signings and all that. And there's a bit of a, if you're balancing that, there's a bit of a myth with the transfers. Chris Cannon's going on about the last time we signed a good player was Klinsmann. I get where he's coming from. But to me, the last player we signed that was an exciting player that was proven before then was Jimmy Greaves. I wouldn't include Ardiles and Villa because in '78, when Argentina won the World Cup, they came. We didn't know if they'd be able to hack it in the Premier League because you had very few foreigners in the league. If you look at all the list of players we've got, some have become greats after being with the club, but you haven't brought them in. I mean, who has actually brought in world-class players? I mean, you've got the two Spanish clubs that have brought in Galacticos. And you could say that Bayern Munich have done it with Harry Kane. But there aren't. Where are these super Galacticos out there? I mean, like, Eze would have been a guy for us. I would have liked Eze, but I wouldn't have classed him as a world-class player or anything like that.
No, but that's what I mean. World-class is used way too easy, Adrian, for my liking. Way too easy, yeah. But I think with what you're going at there, we didn't even go and buy good players. Again, don't no one tell me Archie Gray is good. Not for the Premiership, because he hasn't done it yet. If anyone's telling me Archie Gray is good and going to succeed in the Premiership, it's an opinion. It's an opinion. Nothing more, nothing less. They can't tell me I'm wrong. But I can't tell them they're wrong either, because it is purely an opinion. But he has done nothing in the Premiership as yet to show that he is a good player that we've just bought for the Premiership. Bergville, I suppose you can say the same about him, but there definitely looks like there's more of a player there, more of a ready player there than they does with bloody Archie Gray. I mean, the way he got cooked by Bayern was just shocking.
Let me ask you a question.
And then Odegaard, yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying who looks more established. And Odegaard, he's had 29 games in the Premiership. Okay, better than Gray, better than Bergville in that aspect on the experience, but he's not an established player in the Premiership. We've basically bought 3 kids of hope and one player that gets in now. If you want to say so.
If you bring, go on.
No, I wanted to ask you guys a question. I'm just curious. What do you guys rate this window?
With all the outgoings and incomings, I'd give it a 6.
You?
Really?
I'll give it a 6, but go ahead.
I mean, I think the better way for you to say this, Adrian, is split it up into 2 sides and not put it together, basically. If I'm splitting it up on 2 sides, players we got rid of, I'll go for a 7. But then also the money for it, I'd give it a 3, if you know what I mean. Because we really didn't get money that considering what we had paid for the players. But for just getting rid of crap, I could say it was a 7. If you want to go by players bought, I'll give it a 2. At best, because we've got 3 kids that we just haven't got a clue how they're going to do in the Premiership, and we've bought one player for 65 million who has had one good season in in how many years since he's been playing football? One good season, and he's meant to be at his peak now as well. So are you putting it all together, or do you want to look on this as 2 sides? Do it in the away.
The window is what the window was. It's outgoings and incomings.
No, it's overall.
I mean, overall, for the outgoings and the incomings, I'd give it a 6. Right?
Okay. For the outgoings and incomings, then I'd give it. I just think because the incomes were that bad, I'd give it a 4.
Of course.
At best.
I'll give it a 2.
It has been shocking. So
outgoings.
Okay, on that then, for a bit of fun then, right? I mean, like, just for fun. We've got to play Coventry away in the League Cup, right? Out of the squad we've got, and you've got and just come round and said Mikey Moore and Will Lancashire have been added to the squad. They're going to be part of the 25, right? So people are worried about, will we go strong or will we go weak at Coventry? So I said this for a bit of fun in my podcast last night. I went, pick your worst team out of the Spurs squad to face Coventry. Pick your worst team. Now, I think you can safely go with Forster in goal and Spence at right back and Davies at left back. Then you've really got to play Dragerson if you're not playing VDV. So who's your other centre? Probably have to be Gray, wouldn't it? It'd have to be Gray, probably.
Davies.
Yeah, but... Well, no, I'll put him at left back. Well, do your own then. Pick your worst. I mean, like, I think you could safely say that Davies would play at left back, Spence at right back, Forster in goal, Dragerson would have to play, right? And then the only other one who's played at centre back recently, because you ain't playing, is Gray, really. So you could play Gray there.
Gray ain't even a defender.
Can I just?
Who's your worst team then, Dan? You know the squad. Who's your worst team as well? Tell me your worst team to play Coventry away. If you could pick your worst 11 out of that squad, who's your team?
But why would I even do that? That's what I'm sort of a bit
You
lost
didn't
on
learn
now,
from
because
Fulham
against
last season.
Coventry,
Well,
we've got to pick an established team against Coventry because they nearly cooked Man U
I
last
know,
year.
but-
One thing I can tell you is they are 10 times more physical than we are with our best 11.
No, they did very well against Man United last year, didn't they? In that cup tie, they were brilliant. I mean, they did very well. I mean, but I'm just saying, when I look at that squad, I mean, when fans say they're fearful of like who he might field against, will Ange go weak? I don't believe he'll go weak anyway. I don't think he can go that weak. I mean, unless you put Forster in with like
He hasn't got enough players to go that weak, has he?
Well, he's still got Mikey Moore. Well, he will have a squad of 25, even if you promote from the under 21s. He was going to have 25. And Regular, I'm not sure. I haven't checked any feeds this morning. We know Lo Celso's gone for some weird deal, but Regular might be staying at left back now. He might have to stay. He can only leave on summer if he signs a pre-contract agreement. So,
well, he can still leave if he goes to Turkey or something like that.
On loan or Saudi, or Saudi, Turkey, and
not on loan. They can buy him.
I think one of the Scandinavian, maybe Swedish leagues, those up. He ain't going
if
there
one
anyway.
of the Turkish clubs came in for him, or one of the Saudi ones, they could actually buy him off.
There were 3 in from Turkish. I think you had Fenerbahce, Besiktas, and Galatasaray. Well, mind you, the Turkish press.
But look, we're drifting off from this one. Yeah. What I asked you is, what are we going to do with Newcastle? Because me and Detrex have give our opinion on it, and that. What do you think we are going to do with Newcastle? Just before I go through the European stuff, and then
I think he'll play the same team. I don't want Johnson to play. I'd rather Decky played, and you brought Bentancur in to change it all. But I don't think Sarr's properly match sharp. I'm still concerned about you, Doggy, because he hasn't had a pre-season. He's come back from injury. He's looked off point when I've watched him. I've watched him specifically because I was a bit concerned about him when even against Leicester and that, right?
Lost the ball way too many times, didn't he?
Yeah, and my other concern was Porro, because in the 2 games I've seen, but Ange's give everyone a bill of health, Porro's took a couple of bangs, and unless he was faking it on the pitch, he did look hurt. But I don't know if the areas of the body he was hurting or affected playing that much, So they were only 2 concerns. I think Ange will pick the same team because it won 4-0 basically. But I'd rather Bentancur come in for Johnson, basically. It might mean Decky moving further, playing as a sort of on the wide right again, but you're away from home. So away from home, I think Decky's a good weapon to have in your locker.
I think I'd rather have Decky as the centre mid again for the aggression in the middle or such, because he's got more power than Bentancur. I mean, Bentancur is quite weak in the aspect of giving him a kick in the leg, and he's done basically. Now he's looked on as quite a weak physical player. He might have body strength, but his legs, he seems to get injured every time he gets kicked. So I'd definitely stick with. I think I'd stick with Kulusevski in the middle. But
in case the chat don't know, Solanke's, they're not risking his ankle, which is the right thing to do.
No, they said they're not going to play him, and Richarlison.
And Richarlison's got a muscle injury. Well, he's always injured, isn't he? Like recently, so he's beginning to annoy
as well.
Well, that will create another issue. When Solanke's fit, he's not been bought to sit on the bench for that amount of money. He'll go through the middle. So then you've got the Son Odegaard on the left situation, unless you move one of them to the right and drop Johnson, please. but I mean, what do you do? I mean, he's got more options. I mean,
has he? Really?
Yeah.
You can't. There's no way you can have more options unless I'm seeing this wrong. If you go and sell 13 players and bring in 1.
Yeah, but look at the ones we got.
3 kids.
Yeah. But the ones we got rid of, all the fans wanted rid of anyway. I mean, we've got rid of players.
I'm saying you can't say we're more established as a team squad when we've got rid of 13 and brought in 4. It don't make sense. Not to me.
The squad was bloated more than the 25, wasn't it? It was bloated.
Yeah, but there was a lot of them you didn't have to put on the squad because they was under 21 or such. I
agree with we had, in my opinion, we still could have gone out and bought a Gibbs White, or I'd like Vanderson. I would have liked to have got him. He would have improved us. Those two would have improved us.
The window's closed.
I know. But we got the money.
That's-
So now we know there's money in the bank for January already, but that's no good
Oh,
now.
bollocks. There was
No,
money in the bank for
Adrian-
this one as well, mate.
Adrian,
It was, yeah.
I
We
s-
didn't spend it all. That's
Adrian,
my
I
argument
love
with
you.
the transfer window. What I want to see is the club spend the maximum amount it can spend in the transfer window, and we
Adrian, I
haven't
love
done
you. Adrian, I love you to death, honestly. But stop lying to yourself. You know we don't have the money. You know he's not going to spend on a Gibbs White. He's not going to do anything. We always say that. We always have hope. But this window showed that Levy doesn't give a shit. Our most expensive transfer is freaking Solanke. Come on.
We spent less in this window, I think, than we have in previous. I'm on average.
The only time he spent so much money was when he had to sell Kane, and we were in deep shit because we were 7th. No, we didn't make Europe. I mean, that's the only we spend money. So now we gotta finish outside the outside of Europe to spend more money, and buy the quality like Van de Ven Vicario. Enough said.
It is. I mean, the money's there. He spends it on crap, and he's so limited the way he spends it, the way he makes a deal, is why he don't get no bloody deals really. And it's the wages on where we can't attract the good players, because they are not going to come to Spurs, because we've got no personality at Spurs. Basically, we've got no willpower to win of the board wanting the club to win things. We are just known as a very established and very good business. And I think for me, this transfer window said it all. I mean, I'm not going to go through the names again, but me and a lot of other people blatantly said here, and there's nothing wrong with having hope. Hope is something you've got to have in life, but there's only so much hope you can have at bloody Spurs before they've crumbled it. And for me, they've just totally crumbled it. It's not there. I don't even have hope for Spurs anymore.
I just want to say, everyone turned their head against Onana. He just scored once again. But everyone said he wasn't good enough to start for Spurs.
Same as Chiesa.
And we paid more money for Archie Gray.
Well, the point is, what we don't know for certain is the players that the recruitment team are in. And let's be fair about it. It's the recruitment team that they're all club signings. Levy signs a check-off, but then you've got Scott Munn, you've got Johan Langer, you've got Rob McKenzie, chief scout, you've got Max Leggett at first team scout, you've got Ange, right, and you've got Frederick Left, head of strategy. Those group will be your recruitment team to decide. No club in their right mind is going to give the manager say, right, this is a transfer money you've got, Kitty, go out and buy you want. It doesn't work that way. It's a recruitment team. It's to save. It's risk assessment, simple as that.
So Adrian,
players they brought, Ange said in his pod, Ange stands and dies on the hill on this. He said, they are the players I wanted. He said, they are the players I wanted. He said,
that's on his head.
Longer. He said, Solanke took a bit longer than he thought we would get him in, but I wanted him. He said, we know he wanted Conor Gallagher as his first option, didn't get him like midfielder. And he said, Odegaard, I wanted him as well.
Adrian,
right? Was already coming. Go on.
You cannot sit with a straight face and tell me my first option. No, I wanted Conor Gallagher, but my second option is Archie Gray. There's no way. Ange would go in and say, I want Archie Gray as my DM.
Unless he was.
And you cannot tell me. And you cannot tell me that Odegaard was on his list as top 5 wingers.
Unless he was
for the summer. There's no way.
Well, unless he's lying then. Then he's lying then if he said, because he
of
said
course he's lying.
Right,
well, of course he's
saying
lying.
what the fans want to hear, isn't he?
I don't think he's lying. I think he wanted him.
Of course he's lying. Honestly, no, Adrian, let's be honest. You watch a lot of football. You cannot sit with a straight face and tell me, I want Odegaard as my top 5 winger.
I've hardly got anything of Odegaard whatsoever, but when the decisions are made, now, whether we agree with the players that are brought in or not, whether you think they're good or not, is a different matter. You've got to see, what did the club decide? They wouldn't have just gone out and thought, last ditch, we'll get Odegaard in. We knew at the very beginning of the window, we knew that he wanted Conor Gallagher, and we knew through all the pressure that what was leaked from the club, the only thing that was leaked from the club was that he wanted a wide player and a centre forward, and he got them. He got Solanke and he got Odegaard, right? Now, I'm not saying they're your cup of tea or Dan's or even mine, because to be honest, I haven't formed opinion on either of them, even though Solanke's got 19 goals, because I've probably only seen him twice last season when they played up. I've not watched him. Right? And I haven't even gone and watched. I think I watched the video of him when I knew he was coming, right? And like thought, but didn't get me jumping out of my seat or nothing like that. But so he got them, didn't he? Then we know there was always rumour at the beginning of the season that we were going to get a centre back, but that never happened, right? When we urgently need a left back, we didn't fix that problem. So he got his right winger and his centre forward. Then the rumour was, they eased off on the midfielder because they like what they see in Bergvall, right? That's what reports were saying.
For me, Ange is full of shit. For me, Ange is a liar and he's full of shit.
Well,
He's just a liar.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. It's a fact. He's a liar. He is a liar. He's
He
trying
has
to
told a
appease.
few lies, Adrian. He has told a few porcupines.
I think.
Okay.
I mean,
How would
managers always contradict themselves throughout a season and press conferences. We know.
Yeah, when you contradict yourself, you're a liar.
And then everyone would scream, "Why is he saying nothing?" They should say nothing, but because you can always pull any manager to pieces throughout the season. You know, first thing
he's dug himself a hole, Adrian.
I thought we played well. I thought we deserved to win. They all say that when they've been played off the park.
Yeah, but what I'm going to ask you here is, do you think he's actually dug himself a hole through saying too much? Because everything is on his head now for what he has said, and Levy's sitting there laughing.
He has, in the respect that he said, "I want to be," and let's be clear, because people have twisted his words. I want to be challenging for the title next year, right? Next season. So we'll see. We'll see. He's got this season. He's got this season to prove itself. Not to Christmas. He's got this season. And the club will keep. Well, in your opinion, Dan, we're going to have to disagree on that. But
no, I'll even stick a bet on this one with you, mate, if you want, that he's gone by January, here and now.
No. If we're flying by January.
It all ifs, buts, and maybes. Like you said, it's opinion, but I'm willing to put down a bet on it here and now.
People can predict this is all going to go wonky, and others can predict it's going to go well, and others will go in between.
I mean, if he's saying he wanted to challenge for a title, then why is he bringing in players like Odegaard and Gray? If he shouldn't have even mentioned challenging for a title, he should have kept that bit quiet. As all he should have actually said is, right, I'm here and I want to improve this club. There you go. That's what I would have said. And people say, yeah, well, you're not a manager. Well, no, common sense. You don't go out to a bunch of bloodthirsty Spurs fans who are so desperate for a cup. I'll come to the sec, Detrex. Who are so desperate for a cup that they really don't care what they go home with at the end of the night. And they are that bloody desperate. You do not go and say, I want to be, we'll want to be, but you don't go and say to them, I want to be challenging for a title next season, and go and buy bloody Solanke, Odegaard, Gray, and Bergvall. I mean, come on, the man's done himself no favours, has he? And then saying these are the exact players I wanted. Go on, Detrex.
And just to add, when he said, I usually win wherever I go in my second season, third or fourth season, whatever he says. But you cannot say with a straight face and lie to the fans saying, I'm going to buy Odegaard and he's going to give me a league title or a trophy.
Well, the Gray decision was a quick one once the mix up.
No, we bought Gray. Do you know why we bought Odegaard and Gray?
Detrex, are you inside a Hoover?
Yeah.
No, this is the vacuum. Sorry, vacuum.
You must the reason you must like Gray, or the recruitment team must like Gray, and is a recruitment team that buys these players, right? Is because the deal was done quickly. We steamed in quickly. When the opportunity arose, we steamed in quickly. If we didn't like the player, we wouldn't have gone in so quick to get that deal done. That wasn't the first deal on our agenda. We all know that. We all know he wanted Gallagher was the main target he wanted. We know that through the club, he wanted a wide player and a centre forward, and he got them, right? Bergvall was already coming. Forget Heung-Min and George Feeney, whose dad played for Sheffield United, I think, years ago. I think I see him play. So Gray was wanted. But Gray was wanted. This was the difference. You don't steam in so quick to broker a deal and get it done that quickly. We don't do deals that quickly, Spurs. We don't do them. They want it
we
great.
did that deal
You might
because
not
we
rate
had
him. You might not rate him, Detrex. That's fair enough. I like the player. I've seen him before, seen clips of Leeds and all that. Like what I see. He's unproven. He's not oven ready. Neither's Bergvall. He's not oven ready.
So
Now,
are they
at
going to
least
help us win the
Odegaard
championship
and
like Ange
Solanke in
wants to?
theory are, because, well, to be an oven-ready player in the Premier League, to me, and you go and get them, you've got to have two. You've not got to be a one-season wonder. To be oven-ready and proven, you've got to have 2 seasons under your belt. That means you can carry it in the Premier League. Don't mean to say you're a superb player, but you can handle the Premier League, right? So even Solanke is oven-ready in that respect. Odegaard come through PSG academy, didn't he? Through Burnley. I don't even know if he's had more than 1 season in the Premier League. I think we know he's had the 1, and he got 4 goals. But I mean, like I don't know. He looks okay. Good link-up play with Maddison the other day, but people were getting overhyped about him because we got a 4-0 win. I think they all got excited and carried away with it. But when I look at it plainly,
do you want to know why? Do you want to know why Odegaard left the PSG academy? Because he wasn't good enough. Because he was shit. And another thing, why would you waste your money on 40 million on Archie Gray, 25 million on Odegaard, and you could have bought like a ready-made player, 2 ready-made players
that you would have to ask the recruitment team, wouldn't you?
Yeah, because do you know why? Because they're cheap. Because they're on cheap wages. That's why we bought them.
Right. Well, they will also look. They wouldn't have just got. You don't pay 30 million or 25 million for Odegaard if you haven't done no research on him, if you haven't at least done the data and analysis and watched the play and watched loads of videos.
Of course they didn't even do the research. We bought, what's his name?
I don't think, with respect.
No, what's his name? And Kulu and Pudu, what was his name? They just bought him for no reason because he's cheap.
What, 30 million for a 19-year-old's cheap, and you've got to know he's good at 19 years of age or like him at least.
Yeah, because he's not good at 19. That's the problem. He's not good.
I mean, I just totally disagree with what you're saying, mate. Seriously, with respect. I mean, some people like you are not worth listening to.
Oh, yeah, come on. No need to be like that, Adrian. Slow down, man.
No. If it's like, I like people to substantiate things. Now, you can turn around and say someone's shit. Well, substantiate it. Have you seen that player? Have you seen the data analysis on his player? Have you seen that his stats are identical to Nico Williams?
Okay, but mate, the comment you just made there was a bit uncalled for, Adrian.
Right? His stats, you can draw his stats up. I'm sure Stel's seen the stats. You bring his stats up. They're identical to Nico Williams.
Adrian. Okay. Let's substantiate what you've just said now, then, right? and I'm impartial to this conversation. I'm just bringing my bit to it. If his stats are equal to Nico Williams, right? They're equal. If I said to you tomorrow, you can pick 1 player to join Spurs, who are you having, Odegaard or Nico Williams?
Well, I've seen more of Nico Williams only seen him come to light this last season, so he's just a one-hit wonder. So
if you had to pick one player, my question is, if you had to pick one player,
I'd pick Nico
but why?
Williams.
The stats are equal. But the stats are equal.
Because I'd seen Nico Williams before I'd seen the stats and before the stats were presented to me, right? I'd seen him play, right? The only thing I haven't seen, I've seen a video of Odegaard, which I always go and look at players we're interested in. That's it, right? 1, and he's coming. I thought, okay, we've got this kid. Looks a little bit like Aaron Lennon.
So this is the argument, then, isn't it? They can have equal stats, but it's what you see them actually do. And Nico Williams has proven at the highest level how he can dictate a game of football, right? Odegaard, and this was my argument after his debut, what did he actually do? And this is what it comes down to. That's why I think you've said Nico Williams. It's why I would say Nico Williams, because one is proven or proving it. The other one's got it all to prove. So what I did was I watched the game on Saturday. I was at the stadium. I came home. I watched it on TV, and I saw something that I saw both in the stadium and on TV. That what's he actually done? Then when I looked at the stats backed up what my eyes told me. So I think when we look at stats, we should. Well, it's what I do, not what we should. I don't want to tell them what to do. I look at the stats and the game, and I try and put them together, and then say, right, let me make sense of this. I don't think Odebert's done anything to prove that he's a good player. I really don't. If in the next 10, 20 games, he takes on players, beats the man, creates overloads, gets crosses into the box to a white shirt, and creates chances, then I'll say, hold on a minute, we've got a player here. We've got a fucking player here. But I don't know what we've got yet. But what I've seen so far is nothing. I haven't seen anything yet. So,
But what would you compare the stats? And Nico Williams scored 8 goals last season, and Odegaard scored 2.
Odegaard scored 4.
No, he didn't score 4
Well,
in the league. I'm talking about the league.
I think he was 2 league and 1 in the cup or something like that.
Yeah, so I would take Nico Williams any day of the week.
everyone would take Nico Williams because he's
Everyone would
clearly
take
a
Nico
far better
Williams.
player.
What we're saying is
He's proven.
we're trying to evaluate why the recruitment team would go for him. So, like you
Because
say, you do
I don't want to say the
analysis on the player, or you go to an agency that supplies all this data and analysis for you. And then if you like the stats, or you think the player fits the slot in your squad that you need to fill,
okay.
then you'll send your chief scout or your first team scout out to watch him do the eye test. Plus, you'll watch as much video on him as you can get.
Okay, Adrian, you watch a lot. You read a lot of articles in general. Why did we bid our first winger? We bid was Oliver Skip plus money for Pedro Neto. If you Alderweireld was that good, why wasn't he the first choice?
What, Pedro Neto?
Yeah,
Well, Neto plays on the right, doesn't he?
yeah, and he can play on the left.
Well, I suppose
So
he
why
can.
did we? So why all summer we were going after Pedro Neto? Even Fabrizio said we want Neto.
Neto's a good player to me, but unless he comes with a warranty, 2 years warranty, parts and bits because he's injury prone,
3 years.
we wouldn't want him.
I would take Neto with 1 foot over Odegaard any
I
day
agree.
of the week.
In skills of what he's got and everything, and you can see, I totally agree with that. I think what you've
Bro,
got to
this
see
recruitment, I'll say this recruitment makes no sense. It's shit. It's shambolic. It makes absolutely no sense. I'm not even a football person, and I can name you.
I wouldn't say our recruitment is shambolic because Bergvall looks like a player, and
that's
Solanke has scored 19 goals last season. Right, he has. We can't ignore that. But I wouldn't rate it as everything they do is good because look at Veliz, look at Solomon, look at
okay. You watch. If we were a pitched, not whatever, let's say Leicester, and we bought those players, you would have been happy. But we're a top 6. Are you telling me this recruitment team is good enough to be a top 6?
I'm not happy. No, but hold on. I'm not happy with this window. I'm not happy with the transfer window.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's shambolic. That's why I'm saying it's shambolic. For the infrastructure we have, for the size of the club, it is shit. The recruitment is shit.
All right, okay, right. From that angle, I agree with you. From that approach, I agree with you. Okay.
That's the approach I'm taking. I want to be the best. I want to challenge for a league, beat City. I'm not going to beat City with Solanke, Odegaard, and freaking Archie Gray.
We got. Do you know what the problem is? You've got some fans that thought it was going to be about the here and now, second season of Ange, and then you've got other fans that have kind of.
No, I'm taking Stelios.
It's long term. It's a project. It's
Stelios.
a plan. Wait for these to become good. We're divided on what the plan is.
No. The plan is loud and clear. No, Stelios, the plan is loud and clear. He said, I'm going to challenge for my second season. I always challenge. I'm going after what you said. So this is why I'm saying the players we bought don't reflect what you said.
Hold on, Detrex, hold on. He said that, but then in his last press interview, he said, we didn't get all the players I wanted. We've still got work to do. Right, so even he's now moving away from what he said. This is what when I say the plan isn't clear, it's because Ange keeps contradicting himself. I wish he'd stop talking. Lange, listen to this. Lange did an interview with Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah, go on Tottenham Hotspur official. There's an interview with Lange. Okay, listen to what he says. The club have been looking at Odegaard for 2 years. Lange, you've been here for 1 year. So who's calling the shots? I couldn't believe what I was hearing, and no one said anything. I'm like, so
Oh, I didn't
when you
catch
say
that.
the
That's a
club,
good catch. I didn't catch that. Yeah, I didn't
Detrex,
catch
they've
that.
been looking at Odegaard for a couple of years, right? And he's been here for less than that. So who? Aren't you in control? Aren't you the man? This is why I don't know what the plan is. Everything I hear is contradictory. Levy says one thing, Lamb says something else, Ange constantly trips over his own laces. I just don't know what we're doing. I look at this window, it doesn't make sense to me in terms of trying to understand the plan. I'm not saying any of these kids won't come good. They could all turn out to be brilliant. They could all be Danny Roses, Gareth Bales. Let's wait and see. Or they could all be Jack Clarks, Rodons. Fuck knows. I don't know what we're doing as a club. I don't understand what we're doing.
Do you know what really annoys me with this? No, with the window. If we spend like, let's say, if we bought Archie Gray for 20 million, Odegaard like 10 million, I would get it. Okay, we're buying for the future, but why would you spend big sums of money on players that are not ready? 40 million is a lot of money. Manu Kone, that's 10 times the midfielder of Archie Gray, went for cheaper.
Yep.
I agree with the money we paid for Brennan Johnson, although he's an Ange signing, same as Werner is, because they suit his system. And the loan
even sorry to cut you off. Sorry to cut you off. Sterling.
We just disagree because we don't see what he sees in these players. He must do something remarkable in training that we don't see, as far as I'm concerned.
How come we didn't go after Sterling and he's getting 100k a week, and we're paying more for Timo Werner?
I like Sterling.
And Sterling went cheaper than Timo Werner.
Yep.
I still think there's a lot of...
How come we didn't go after him? That's a loan, and you're paying half his wages.
On there as well.
And English quota. I don't get it anymore.
I think the problem is...
You're not going to find many people that disagree with you on that. Most of us would agree.
Arsenal and Chelsea got a bit of a love in anyway, haven't they?
I would take Sterling on the right over freaking Beetlejuice.
I would take Sterling as well. I like him.
At the start of this window, everyone was basically, or I'd say a lot of Spurs fans were like, right, this is the window. This is the one. Ange wants to challenge for the title next season. Here we go. And then you had a lot of negative ones as such as I just used the word negative because I just hear it so much now. Of like, no, people, get ready. This is going to fall to pieces and you're going to see why Ange is a yes man. And lo and behold, we go and get Timo Werner. Oh, you're so negative. Don't be like that. There's still 6 weeks left in the window. 6 weeks left. Come on, shut up. He's going to sort you out. We're going for it. Angie's the man. Here we go. And then we get Archie Gray. No, window's not over yet. You lot are so toxic and negative. You watch. We're going to be laughing at you. You watch that comes in. Odegaard and Solanke. Here we fucking go.
Oh, we're going to buy 2 players. Fabrizio said, next week is busy. It's gonna watch Tottenham. They're going to sign 2 players. Who did we sign? We prearranged the fee for a player that we might not or we might sign.
I don't know if you guys picked up.
Just to add to the last bit, Adrian, quick. Just to add to my last bit on that with what I said. And now the transfer window's over. On how piss poor it has been, it's all of a sudden, you lot are thick as shit. You haven't got a clue about football. You don't know what's going on. It's part of the project. We're doing a youth. Well, hang on a minute. I had everyone telling me that I was negative, toxic, this, that, and that, and everything. Don't worry. There's 6 weeks of the window left. Angie's going to prove you's all wrong because he wants to be challenging. Oh, no. Ange don't want to be challenging. And the whole system, I got it wrong. I heard Ange wrong. It now wants to be, we're going for this project. We're going for this youth project. Are you clearly that stupid? Are you clearly that thick? Can't you see it? Well, hang on a minute, mate. Not at you, but a lot of chat people on channels I went to. Like, he will shut you up. We will get players. Ange wants to win. Ange wants to do this. Well, come on. Where are we going? It's now sort of like what Stel said. Nobody knows whether we're coming or going, except just the people who just want to just follow I wouldn't even say a yellow brick wall, because at least with a yellow brick wall, you can follow the fucking yellow brick wall on the bloody floor. I mean, this one is like following a brick wall with no bricks in it.
What I found particularly interesting in the transfer,
it went tits up. It went tits up, didn't it, to what Ange stated?
What I found interesting in the transfer window was I didn't exactly see, in all the reports I sift through every day, I didn't see that many clubs in for Solanke. I didn't really know anything about Odegaard to see anybody in for him.
I mean, does that tell you something?
But funny enough, with the kids, what I did see, I see a lot of clubs were interested in Archie Gray, and a lot of clubs in Europe were interested in Bergvall.
Mm-hmm.
So the kids, there was more interest shown in the kids. Now, I could be wrong, and someone wants to correct me on that. There was more interest shown in those two players than there was in Odegaard and Solanke. It's just a point.
Totally agree. But it was for different reasons, Adrian. They was interested in kids like Dortmund do and everything, because they bring them up. They bring them up through the process. We know how they work. But Ange was the one sitting there, I want to be challenging. And the amount of people I'd throw shit at me, not that it bothers me in the slightest, but it just makes me laugh at the end of it. When the amount of people that threw it at me, you haven't got a clue. You haven't got a clue. Ange is a serial winner everywhere he's been. Ange is going to be challenging next season. So what? We got Timo Werner. We still got 6 weeks left on the window. Shut your mouth. Watch what happens. Yeah, and we go and get Gray, Odegaard, Bergvall we already had. So we take him out of it. We go get Gray, Odegaard and Solanke. And then all of a sudden, half the fan base contradicts itself. Oh, you're idiots. You didn't see it. It's a project. Well, hang on a minute. You were the pricks going and telling me that it's going to smash it this year because Ange's a serial winner and we're going to be confronted for the title. He wants to be going for it. Isn't that slightly contradicting?
All I've seen with Odegaard, like Stel alluded to, is some good link-up playing a game and fans getting overhyped because we get a 4-0 win. That's all I've seen of him so far, right? The other the two young kids, I like them both. And I think they're going to have good futures at the club. Bergvall's composure, his vision, the way he finds space, his passing, he's complete.
But it was meant to be this season. Ange wanted to be challenging.
But once he's played half a dozen 90 minutes, I'll assess the player. And the same will go for Gray as well. But the moment they're given halves, you can't halves in pre-season. Okay, it's good to see.
I think you're totally missing. You're doing one or two things, Adrian. You're either totally missing what I'm saying. I haven't got the best way of putting it. Or you're just swinging them goalposts as far as you can. It's one or the other for me on that one, yeah? What I am saying is, Ange stated, I want to be challenging for the season.
He did.
I had a load of people throw at me, you're just negative, you're just full of shit, you ain't got a clue. So what? It's Timo Werner, he fits Ange's style. We're going to get, you watch what we get in, and we will be challenging. And then all of a sudden, by the end of the season, we've brought in 3 players, because I'm now wiping Bergvall out of it. One of them has had one good season. 2 of them, you just don't know whether it's going to come or go. And all of a sudden, I get told, oh, shut up, you couldn't see it from day, it's a project. This is where Spurs fans are so contradicting. They are as bad as our own manager in that aspect when it comes to that bit. And I've stuck up for Ange quite a lot on what I first said on the show, because I just feel the poor man in this aspect, has dug himself a hole by trying to say the right things to the fans. And then realising that, I keep saying shoot himself in the foot. The man's got no feet left because he shot them off. I mean, I'm surprised he's got anything left with the amount of times he's basically contradicted and done himself over like a kipper. So what we've actually gone and done has totally contradicted everything Ange was preaching, and a lot of the fan base were preaching at me. And now all of a sudden I'm negative and I'm an idiot, along with Stel, along with Sava, along with Detrex, along with Maz, along with Mike, along with the list can go Mari, and the list can go on and on and on, because we're stupid that we didn't see the project from the start.
You don't get me go against people who make justified critiques. I
didn't say you. I didn't say you. I said in general.
I mean, I look at each player as if everyone knows I'm a big fan of Decky. I know half the fan base isn't, but if he's off his game, I'm going to say so. I mean, like, it's the same for any player in the team. I mean, the end result is what you end up with at the end of the season and the position you end up with. That's a telling thing. I mean, what I'd like to see, Dan, this season is we did have the 22 injuries last year. We did have 3 suspensions for Basuma. Maddison was injured. Bentancur was injured, right? VDV was injured as well. I know
you had worse injuries than us. So did Newcastle.
Yeah, but they're not us. But they're not us. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about us and our situation. What I'd like to see What I'd like to see is a season where you just have the average or normal amount of injuries and suspensions, because you're always going to get some, right, throughout a season, but not so many that, I mean, we finished 5th and we didn't have Harry Kane to start the season is like, I think Ange has done well, right? Right. He said things I don't watch too many press conferences because I know managers are always going to come out with crap and say their team played well when they were crap, the players
And
played
basically
well.
shoot themselves in the foot like Ange has done.
And if a player's awful, they won't throw him under the bus, right? Because that's just. But you know that anyway before.
I get that. I get that side of it, but you still have not answered my question. You've diverted it again. With everything I stated, and then everything I said that a lot of us got called because Ange had stated this. I want to be challenging next year, and we all got told we're just wrong, and basically because a lot of people sat there and said it's not going to happen. We're probably just going to buy. I mean, I think Stel and Savra were the perfect ones who said it every time, and the first ones who started saying it, and then everyone else also agreed with it anyway before they'd said it, but they were the first ones to say it. We'll probably buy 7 players, 1 who will be very good, 2 will be bang average, 2 will be kids, and 1 will be a total flop. No, what we've actually gone and done is bought a bang average player and 2 fucking kids. And now all of a sudden, everyone's saying, are you blind? You can't see this project. I'm asking you, has the whole thing contradicted itself, basically? I mean, who's really looking the idiot now? Is it the ones who were saying, is it us who were saying, like, this ain't going to happen, wake up and smell the coffee? Or is it the ones who were turning around telling us we are idiots because Ange's going to go for the, Ange wants to go for the title?
Project,
and it's going to come big.
It never is a project in football. Never is a project.
Can I say, right? Oh, by the way, big up Ian, good to see you.
Hi guys.
I went and I put it on social media and it's getting retweeted loads. People are saying, do you know what? You did say that. I went on We Are Tottenham TV and I said the day we signed Werner, I was pretty angry about it. And I explained the reason I'm angry about it is because there's no plan. Any plan that includes Timo Werner is not a change of direction. He's cheap. He's cheerful. The wages are irrelevant because there's no big transfer fee. It's only for 1 year. It's going to cost us 8 million. There's no way we would have signed him if there was money put towards a really established, right forward attacking player. This is a catalyst of what's to come. And I said, we're not getting Eze. These players aren't coming. All this, all these signs are going to be left field, unknown. This is everything that has been wrong with the club for so many years. And there was 800 comments on that video. 99% were hate, abuse, slamming me. I reposted it and I said, what did I say 3 months ago? There's no plan. They're winging it. I don't know what they're doing. It doesn't make sense. And in those 3 months, from when I said it to now, Ange has contradicted himself. The club have contradicted themselves. All the journalists, all the agents, Neto, Eze, Tony, Gallagher wants Spurs. They've agreed. He's come. All of it was proven to be fake, nonsense, lies. I haven't seen a fundamental shift in our behavior that says to me, I am so confident that we are going to be challenging for major honours and all this FFP malarkey, PSR, £1 billion stadium, they're justifying it. Nothing's changed in my eyes. Nothing. It's the same mess, the same hypocrisy, contradiction, the same nonsense I've seen for the last 20 odd years. In my view, we are nowhere near what Pochettino had. Nowhere near it. We don't have strikers of the caliber of what Poch had. That midfield, Eriksen, Dembele, Wanyama, we're nowhere near that. We're deluded if we think Pape Sarr, Bentancur, Madders is of that level. No way. The back four, you could say, is close to it. Maybe it's close to it. Fair enough. I don't get it. He's signed 17 players, this manager, and all I see is Solanke in the starting 11. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Oh, and Van der Ven. Sorry, Van der Ven's in the starting 11 as well. I don't get it, guys. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, so Ian.
Someone can explain the plan and tell me how it's changed from anything I've seen before. I'm willing to hear it.
Okay, firstly, in answer to that question, still, nothing's changed. You've got owners who have no empathy or soul for the club.
I agree.
They're not. It's profit before glory. Nothing has changed. I've been tweeting. I've been having some head-to-heads with a few people today on Twitter, on X, because I put that. I was watching the Gascoigne documentary that I taped a few weeks ago on Sky, and that feeling watching them line up for the free kick against Wembley at Arsenal, and then the cup final, and that feeling of glory, that feeling of excitement again. The club's been soulless since 2001, maybe even earlier, but the club's just been soulless since then. But in terms of what the plan is for this season, it's been very clear all the way through. Forget what Ange says. Ange toes the party line. I wouldn't take any notice of what he says at all.
So he's a liar. Would you say he's a liar then?
No.
He's a yes man.
No.
He's a yes man. He's a company man.
He's towing the party line. He's saying what is right for his bosses. He's on what is he on? 4 or 5 million a year. If people tell you what to say at 4 or 5 million.
Oh, I get that.
Adrian will know the numbers.
But he's a yes man.
Let me finish. Paul O'Keefe's. It's very simple what's gone on. And once I've said this, I'll break down what I think of the transfer window into 3. Because I gave it a 5, was it a 5 or a 6 out of 10? Firstly, Paul O'Keefe said that there's not much money around. The aim this window is to get the wage bill down, and that's been proven to be 100% correct. 16 players have left the club either permanently or on loan. 16, I counted. In fact, I think it may be 17. Because I don't think that list included George Abbott, who's gone to Notts County yesterday.
Yeah.
So everything, and why has the wage bill come down? Because he's looking for investment, and the stronger the books are, let's just take what the press have reported. Who knows whether it's true or not? But the press have said Amanda Staveley's got 650 million to invest in Tottenham Hotspur. The stronger the books, the less percentage that he's going to give away for that £650 million. And Tottenham need that investment because you look at it, they were 300 million in debt on transfers that they owed. There's 600 million owing on the grounds. So it's not a fantastic situation. So they need, and I'm sure they're contracted as part of the agreement with Haringey Council that the area has to be regenerated. So they're looking for money that's going to go into the hotels, could well be going in maybe housing and social housing that's been promised. There's an NFL training pitch to be built at Whitewebb's Park that they bought in Enfield. Whatever money comes in will not be going on the first team. So that was, for me, that's the answer in terms of the transfer window and why we shouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised. What Paul O'Keefe said was absolutely spot on. Spurs didn't have any money. You look at the net spend. If you got Solanke was 57 before add-ons, Odebear's 25, Gray's 25 because you got to take the road on part out of that. So that's 107. Bergvall was 815. The Korean kid who I hear looks absolutely fantastic over there is another 5. That's 120 million. You're going to probably pick up 60 for Emerson, Højbjerg and Skip. So you've got a net spend of 60. You've also brought the wages down by not far off that. So it's pretty much it's virtually a zero net spend overall. And when I say 50, 60 in terms of the wages, I'm sort of dragging. I'm giving me creative license here because I'm including Kane and Lloris and Perisic that I think comes to over $500,000 a week anyway. Before Ndombele, 200 grand a week, and so on and so forth. And then you add on, Højbjerg, Skip, Emerson, Sessegnon. It's all money plus all the other bits and pieces. So for me, that was that's I wasn't expecting anything. They were in talks with Eze. The negotiations I gathered from all sorts of news on social media and the press, etc., wasn't easy. They thought they had Neto, they didn't. Chelsea came in, but for me that was, forget what Ange says. You know, he likes to talk. What he said was factual. I normally win something in my second year. If that's what happens, that's what's happened in the previous 3 clubs that he's been in the 3 leagues, then he's telling the truth. He didn't say I'm going to win the Premier League. He didn't say I'm going to win a trophy this year. You know,
no. But there's a problem, Ian. One thing there, mate. When you go and say, like I said, to a bunch of blood-hungry Spurs fans, like a lot of us, that I want to be challenging. I want to be challenging for that title, yeah?
I'm sure he does.
And then you go and make 3 transfers like we did. Surely people can't be surprised
Dan,
that a lot of Spurs supporters have turned on it.
Okay, let me break down the transfer window into 3. If you're running a business and you've got people in that business that are basically, you're looking at, you've done your yearly review and you're looking at the next 12 months, and those players, those members of staff, let's call them, are not going to contribute at all to enhancing your business. Let's call it, because it is a business. Then you will look to get rid of them. So in terms of cutting the wage bill, and the problem we've always had in the past was that he asked too much money, so we got saddled with people who were well past their sell-by date and should have gone earlier. So in terms of getting rid of getting the wage bill down and getting rid of players who have no future at the club, I fully agree with that, because what's the point in hanging on? Giving the money that could be spent elsewhere should be, as a fan, I'm saying, should be spent elsewhere. So in terms of getting rid of players, certain players have gone out on loan. That's point 1. Point 2, the buys, the transfers that the purchases that we have made are, apart from the Solanke, ones for the future. Now, I personally think Bergvall and Gray will be first-team regulars by the end of the season. I think they are that good. I think Gray's impressed. I mean, they played him in 3 different positions so far, and he hasn't looked out of place in any of them. Bergvall, I think, looks terrific in patches. You know, give him a chance to find his feet. You know, he's come across. He's 18 years old. He's in a new country, new culture, new league. Different level to Sweden. I think Bergvall is going to be absolutely terrific. The Burnley boy, couldn't tell you much. I think everybody was infused last week because he actually ran at players, and that's probably more a consequence of Johnson and Werner not doing that particularly, so that everybody sees someone that comes in that runs at players, they get excited. Let's not overhype the guy. Let's give him a chance. He was up against, I heard, the fastest player that Everton have ever had on their books. That kid Dixon looked absolutely terrific. The Evertonians have been waiting for this kid to come through. He looks the real deal, and I don't think Odegaard went round him once on the outside. The kid was terrific. So it was an interesting battle last week, and Odegaard had more success coming inside, and then he ran out of steam and he was just dispossessed quite a few times second half, and he took him off.
He really had no success at all. If you want to bring the stats up, he looked promising. I agree with that. But then when you say he was good, no, that's not true. He was not good. If you look at his stats, which are facts at the end of the day, he was actually fucking terrible. But he looked promising because he wanted the ball. He looked promising because he looked like he had ball control. But if you actually look at his game, he had a pretty poor game.
I wouldn't say he had a poor game. I'd say he was okay. He was better first 20 minutes, and then he sort of went downhill. But, you know, 19-year-old kid, played for Burnley. This is a whole different ball game. So let's just give him an opportunity. I heard he was absolutely smashing it up in training in his first few days. Players were looking at him thinking, Jesus, this guy is absolutely superb.
Ian, this is a point that a few of us have been making to people. I don't think many people have actually slated him because there was promise.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks good. But too many people have said he had a spectacular game and almost got wet over it. Right. Goals.
Well, there was no end product.
Hang on a sec. Exactly. XG 0.05. Expected XG 0.03. Assists 0. Chances created 0. shots, 1 off target.
There's no end product. There was no end
Successful dribbles, 2 in 6. Crosses, 2. Accurate crosses, 0. Long ball, 0. You can't even really say he had a good game. But the one thing I thought he was promising on what I saw of what he wanted.
But, you know, in the past, when the young kids come in, I've never known a kid be under the microscope like this. Have you? I mean, it's you know,
who's created that?
It's had one game.
Right. You know, when you said people are saying he looks brilliant in training, they can't.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
Yeah. I believe you. I heard the same about Marcus Edwards. Exact same conversation about Marcus Edwards. What happened? Right. I what I'm finding is, and people take it the wrong way. I try and calm it down and stop preventing people from getting carried away, and just let's wait and see. Let it play out. Let's see where it goes. What our fans have got into a really, really bad habit of doing is blowing up something to be far bigger, greater, better than what it really is right now. And then it just puts so much pressure on the situation. You get this catastrophic drop-off because everyone's blown it up. What we can't do at Spurs is we can't just say, let's wait and see what Ange does.
You know what it is?
We can't say, let's just wait and see what this player does. What we do is generational, superstar in the making, sensational performance. What a debut. We're going to win the league. It's a lunatic asylum.
The problem is everybody's starved of success. When you get one trophy...
it doesn't mean we become lunatics.
No. The whole thing will calm down. Once there is a trophy that's won...
But what if there isn't? We're going to destroy a young kid. We're going to destroy these kids because we're not letting them grow. We're not letting them just have a couple of years playing football at this level. We're not even going to let them get to that because we're going to just destroy everything because we expect trophies. We expect this. We expect that. And we haven't gone and bought the players to deliver that success. So this crop, they're going to get the backlash of it.
I was asked on Spaces a few weeks ago my thoughts towards this season, and I said, forget any domestic trophies. Can't see that there are too many teams that are stronger than us. Europa League, I think we've got a chance. You know, there's no drop down from the Champions League. You know, you look at the teams that are in there. There's no reason why Spurs can't go deep into this competition. You think back and the team did produce first 10 games of last season. They produced some cracking football. We had the benefit of the doubt. You know, there were a few situations that went with us.
Do you honestly think we can rotate with the amount of games this season that we can rotate a squad capable of doing well in Europe without compromising the league, which the club are going to put pressure on for that top 4 cash flow? Well, I don't think we're going to do well in Europe because I don't think we can rotate the way we want with the current squad we've got. I think Europe's going to be our undoing, actually.
No, I think we could well be well adrift of top 4, and everything goes on the Europa League.
But you know what Levy's like when that happens. Then Levy starts meddling, doesn't he?
25 years of history says Ange be gone.
But if he's got a chance of the Europa League, if the draw works out well, if 1 or 2 clubs drop out and the path is clear, and you're looking at it, thinking, do you know what? We've got a really good chance. Because for me, you've got Tottenham and Man United, for me, are the 2 favourites for the competition. No.
I'll give you a better team than Tottenham that we've got to play. Hang on a second. No, I'll give you a fact here. I'll give you a fact here, and a better team we have to play first, and that is Roma. Roma are better than Spurs.
I disagree. I don't think they're that good. I genuinely don't think they're that good.
What have they won lately? What have Roma won lately?
Mourinho's not there now.
Can I ask you a question then? Right, let's put a bit of context on this.
Roma player for player.
We haven't won a European trophy in 40 years.
Okay.
And now we're going to rock up with Odebert, Bergvall, Gray. No backup for the wing backs of credible level. No backup for Van der Ven. We don't have a number 6, like one that we can feel really comfortable with, knowing he can defend it for us if we need to. And after 40 years with what we've got now, we're going to go and win the Europa Cup.
Well, I think the squad's stronger as it is than it was when it finished last season.
How can it be stronger when we've got rid of 13 players? Okay, let's say 6
Right,
players, yeah, because
3
half
players.
of them didn't play.
Experience
Right, hang
wise,
on,
it's
Dan.
not.
Dan,
Experience
let me
wise.
answer that. Let me answer.
I haven't finished
There
what
are
I'm
3
saying. Though.
players.
I haven't finished, Ian. 6 of them, I'll totally make you right. It was just like they weren't even there. But another 6 we got rid of was still for that subs bench and had experience. We've now got little boys. Okay,
3.
let me put a different question
3
to
have
you
gone,
then.
Dan.
Let me put a different question to you then. Same as I've asked a lot of people. I haven't asked you this one yet, yeah? And there's only been one person who's said otherwise. Right, we're against Newcastle. We're up 1-0. And Ange actually shows he's adapted and thinks, do you know what? This looks like a big threat. We can still get the 3 points out of this. I'm going to go defensive. I need another DM on there. Who would you rather he put on there? Archie Gray or Højbjerg?
Probably Archie Gray. I'm
What?
sorry, Højbjerg for
Oh,
me.
come on, Adrian.
I'm
Be
sorry.
real, mate.
Come
Ian,
on.
You'd rather have a
in the
player that has
championship
never played
playoff-
in the Premiership.
1 minute. In
compared
the
to
championship playoff, right? It was Leeds United versus Southampton. I watched this game. I've always loved the playoffs. It's the only time I watch lower league football, if I'm honest. In that game, high pressure game, big game. One team's going to go to the Premier League, the other's back in the Championship. Archie Gray had an absolute stinker in that game. He didn't stand out at all. I think the poor kid needs a couple of years. I think Bergvall and Odebert are closer to being ready than what Archie Gray is. Out of all the youngsters, I think Archie Gray is the furthest off the mark, in my view. I could be wrong. I think he's the furthest off of being what Adrian likes to call oven ready.
He gets around the
Was he
pitch.
at right back or in midfield for that game, Star?
He played
30 games at right back last year for Leeds.
Do you know what? I can't even remember.
Yeah, it was a significant. He basically.
I think he
played
was right
back.
back.
But
I think he was right back.
This is, the
It was
point
right
of
back.
this
It
is-
was. It was. What am I talking about? It was right back.
So
Sorry.
you're talking about, Ian, basically.
But the moment
with
got
3
to him.
points.
The moment, like basic passing, he couldn't. He lost possession a lot. It
know,
wasn't
still-
because of his position. It was just the moment.
Still-
It was a big moment for the poor kid. You know,
He was their player of the year.
No,
had
he
a bad
wasn't.
But he
game.
didn't even make
No, he
Ian.
wasn't.
Him and
He
Somerville.
didn't even make
It was Somerville.
Championship first 11, and 4 Leeds players did. He was not their player of the year. He didn't.
It was-
get in the
no, it was
Championship first
Somerville.
11.
Somerville was
I
player.
don't think
Yeah,
Gray's a
very
bad
good
player.
season.
I don't think
Yeah,
Gray's a
And
bad player.
Somerville was dreadful in that final.
But he was better.
Somerville
But he had a
was
better
better
No,
season.
no, you're right. No, he's right. He's right. Somerville didn't have a good game either. But this is my point. Pressure, big games. What have you got? They, just didn't have it, which says you're not ready for a Big Six club playing on the Big Six stage in big games in Europe. I think Gray's a couple of years out. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not slagging the kid off.
saying he's
No,
bad.
No, he is bad.
I just
I'm
don't- I just
saying
don't-
he's bad.
If you said to me in a big game, big moment, who do you want to come on? Højbjerg or Gray? I've got to go with experience. I have to.
Well,
And
I'll tell you
Højbjerg-
something.
and
International
Højbjerg-
These 3
footballer.
minutes could.
You're gone.
These 3
And you
points
guys forgot about.
could-
Oh, sorry.
These
I
3
like his
points
defensive
could
quality.
be your
I think his defensive quality is
Champions
great.
League. Like where he screwed up last year, Ange, on several games, yeah? These 3 points could be whether you get Europa. These 3 points could be extremely important, especially against a club like Newcastle. I know Højbjerg screwed it up enough times, but I would rather have an established Premier League player who has won leagues with Bayern Munich, who has been in Europe many a time with Bayern Munich, who has played about 3 years, 4 years, in whatever it was in the Premiership, is now the captain of Denmark over some little boy who has never even played top football in his entire life.
Listen,
I think
we
you're
were
more
two-
willing
we were
to take
2
a
minutes.
gamble.
We were 2 minutes from going out of the Champions League. 2 minutes and we're done. Who pops
Højbjerg.
up away at Marseille, makes the run, first touch, puts a bullet of a ball into the back of the net? Højbjerg. He sends us through in the Champions League. Does he do that all the time? No. But that's the experience of the man that allowed him to do that. Archie Gray's never shown that in that kind of a moment, which is the only reason.
Look,
it's the only reason.
also-
Do I think Archie Gray's better on the ball, better for Ange's system? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But
No, he's not. No, he's not.
no,
I think he will
this
be.
is my view. This is my view, right? I think on the ball, he's better. I do. Technically, I think he's better than Højbjerg. But as someone in the heat of the moment, who do I want to come on? Højbjerg all day long. because he's experienced.
He's
Look,
got no
also-
pace still.
Look, I'll say it.
Gray
I'll
is
say-
technically better than Emerson, Davies, Højbjerg. He's better than those
I
three.
agree.
Look,
I agree.
also-
This isn't the question.
Kick and
This
tackle.
isn't the
I agree.
question.
I agree with you.
I've seen
I
him
agree with you.
chase back, win the ball loads of times. Right now, he might have been poor in one game, but
Can he do it in a
that's
North
been
London
very
derby?
collective in
Can he do it in
one game,
Man United away? Can he do it in Europe?
right?
That's
Well,
the
we
difference.
don't know, do we? This is the point. We don't know. But what
Okay,
I'm saying,
Exactly. Don't know.
what I'm saying, I've seen the player do lots of good things in games. I haven't seen it over 90 minutes, right? But I've seen him do lots of good things in games when I've watched glimpses of, you know.
Look, I'll say right now, Archie Gray is a shit player. He's not gonna come good.
Really, he's got more bite in his tackle than Saar.
He has no bite.
What,
He's
Saar?
another skip, another Winks. He's just an overrated Englishman,
well,
as always.
that
He's
remains-
shit.
That remains to be seen.
Can't say that
No,
until he plays though, DJ.
No. Wait.
Can't say that.
No, stop.
No, go on,
When I
Dick,
see
go on, mate.
when I
Make
see
your point.
Bergvall, I see quality. I see a future.
He's
with
got
you.
1 year ahead. He's got 1 year on Archie Gray.
I don't give a shit.
But you have to give a shit. You can't
No. Wait. One played. No. Wait. One played in Sweden. The other one played in Championship. You played almost every game with Leeds. Every time I see you, you're not that good. You're not comfortable on the ball. You don't look like you have technical ability. I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing another Winks.
No, but okay. Hold on. No. I'm going to call you out here. Winks, the reason you or we say Winks isn't good enough is because he played for 2-3 years for us to assess him at this level. Until Archie Gray gets 2 or 3 years, you can't compare him to Winks. You can't. When we compare things, it's got the variables have to be at least roughly equal. It's like saying
But I have.
Harry Kane. No, wait. It's like saying Harry Kane is brilliant and Lancashire's shit. Give Lancashire 10 years and then compare him to Kane, right?
No, but at least when I
fair
watched Lancashire in the Championship, in the preseason, I mean, I've seen quality. I've seen more quality on him than, for example, Richarlison. I'm just comparing players that I see. And the
We
moment,
haven't seen Gray. We haven't seen him play.
no,
for Spurs
I've
yet.
seen
We haven't
Gray
seen him play.
against Bayern. You lost so many times the ball. Against Hearts, you were okay. You were meh.
Pre-season friendly.
Well, you can clip this deep trick. Gray's going to be a star for Spurs.
we-
Gray's not going to be.
Still, let me jump in here. He played badly against Bayern in the first game in Korea. He
Yeah.
shouldn't have played because he'd been ill the previous 3 days, and
He
he wanted
played
to
even
play.
worse
He was
in the
desperate
second
to
game.
play.
I
He
disagree,
shouldn't
Dan. We've had this.
He lost
Why
the ball
can't we let
13
Archie
times.
Gray just play and then decide?
Exactly.
He's
Exactly.
either
No, I'm not-
really fucking amazing or really fucking shit. How's about we don't know? Give him a year and then we could talk.
That
Ian,
is where I agree.
This is exactly what I was trying to say to you, Ian.
Absolutely.
Our fan base are lunatics. We have a shit all over someone or we hype them up. We don't just say, can we wait and see? We never do that.
I'm not
I
going to
don't
win and
agree
see. I
with
want to see a
your
trophy.
Detrex. Hang on a sec, mate. I don't agree with what you're saying, and 9 times out of 10, mate, I'll back you up all the way, yeah? But for me,
No.
he's a young, unestablished player that needs a year or two
Fucking
to
kid.
prove what
He's a
he's
kid.
capable of, yeah? At the moment,
By
I
law,
don't
he's
think
a
he's
kid.
ready.
By law.
I don't think he's ready for the Premiership. Ian, let me divert this question to you again in a different manner.
Okay.
Right. We're in a Champions League
I love
semi-final.
Detrex. He's the best.
Yeah.
Very limited
Love
in
you
what
too.
we've got there. We're 1-0 up against, let's say, I don't care, Bayern Munich, PSG, put Mickey Mouse on there for all I care, yeah? But we're 1-0 up. We've got 10 minutes left. We can go through here. You also have a bet on this, that if we go through to the final, you win £1 million. Who do you bring on? Archie Gray or Højbjerg?
Well, if that's the case, I wouldn't bring in either. I'd bring Dragerson.
No, don't divert it, mate. Don't even
Oh no!
swing it.
Listen,
You're
you
swinging it.
asked me a question. You asked me a question. What you're asking me is how do we see out a 1-0 lead?
No,
for 10 minutes?
you've totally diverted the question to your advantage there, mate. Don't do it.
I said okay.
I have
would
said
still go.
you've
I
got
would
to bring
still
on a
go
DM.
I'll
No,
answer
that
you.
was not the question, Ian. Don't
I'll
divert it,
answer you,
mate.
Dan.
If
I'll
you have
answer
to bring on a DM to cover
Fine.
the back, which Ange possibly would do, who would you pick? One or the other? It's a yes or
I
no
would
answer.
bring Archie Gray on because he can get about the pitch, and Højbjerg is so bloody slow.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
got ripped to pieces so many times with him playing in midfield. because he hasn't got any pace, and quick midfield players just danced around him.
Okay, that's your opinion. You're
So
entitled
for
to
me,
it. I just think
he's one of the most overrated players. Seriously,
he's not even
overrated.
rated. That's just it. He's not even rated, but he's not terrible. But the point I'm trying to get across to you is, so you would rather bring on a little boy, basically, that has no experience in top league, bar 20 minutes, compared to an international player who, okay, has had his shady time, but has also proved he can do it as well when it comes to the crunch, has proved it. You would rather put your £1 million on the little boy who nobody has ever even seen play top quality football.
Because if you're playing a semi-final in Europe, then he would have played quite a bit during that season leading up to
You're
May.
biting, mate. You're clutching at straws.
No, I'm not.
Sorry.
I'd have great.
But you're
I'd have
allowed your
Gray in
opinion.
front
I respect your opinion, but
Gray
you're
in
clutching at
front of. I
straws.
must
in
say
mine.
it, Dan. When I said we started off by me saying on this subject, I think we've got a stronger squad than last year. I think Spence
No, we
is better.
don't.
Spence is better. What do you mean? No, we don't. We've only
Let him
got.
finish,
We've only
Detrex.
sold.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
We have sold 4 players who played several games, not many, but several games in the first team. If you look at the appearances that all our first team made, these 4 are near the bottom. Lo Celso, I'm really upset about because I love Lo Celso. I think he's very talented. My problem with him
Just
is
too injury prone.
Absolutely, he's made of glass.
I agree with what you said there 100%. There is a bloody good player there, but he's too injury prone. Sorry,
terrific.
Finish.
The other 3, Emerson, Højbjerg and Skip, personally, I think we've got better with Spence, Gray and Bergvall. I think we're far stronger with those 3. I think Richie's starting to look like he's made of glass. Solanke, everybody turns around and says, well, look at his overall record. Right. If you're looking at a player, then you look at players go forwards and players go backwards. But you've got to judge on the previous season. Now, Solanke had a really good manager down at Bournemouth who has turned him into, last season, a top-rate centre-forward. So I'm really quite excited by what Solanke could do.
I'm interested in what he can do.
Yes. Do I think he's worth 65 million or 57 or whatever they paid? No, I don't. But at the end of the day, I've always said, I don't care about the price. I want the players in. I'm not interested in the prices. I'm not interested in the financial situation. This club, the fan base, everything.
I see where you're coming from.
There's far
Fair
too
point.
much spoken about financial. I want success on the pitch. You know, Lee. You know,
I agree.
The Guardian was it the Fair Play think tank came out and said we are the best run club in the league, and I put on Twitter, really? Look at the trophies. How well run are we when we don't win any trophies? That's what it's all about. This is a football club, and that's why I've been rowing with people on Twitter about the NFL sign that's up on the ground. This is a football club, and other areas are being brought in to raise funds, but primarily this is a football club. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 to 10, and everything else comes after that. And we talk about finance and money and how much this costs and that costs, and he's a waste of money and he's not. It's all crap. It's only about the football team and how well.
A lot of other teams do it though, Ian. All the other teams do it. If Arsenal was to go and spend 65 million on Solanke, I bet you'd have their supporters sitting there saying 65 million for that man. What are we doing when we could have done this and that? Whether we like it or not, money has a lot to do with it. Yeah. Now, if he would have come to us for 30 million, whether we care about the money or not, you basically even said it at the start. If he would have come for cheaper, is he worth what he's worth money-wise? You don't think he is. So you've already thought about the price of him. So partially you're contradicting yourself.
Let me ask you a question,
thought
Dan.
about the price.
Do you care what a player costs? Do you care what a player costs?
At the end of the day,
does it make any difference to your life?
Okay. No, it doesn't.
I can answer this only if the money spent stops us from spending the money on a better player elsewhere. So, for example, signing Gray and Odegaard, if that money meant we couldn't buy Eze, then I've got a problem with the money.
Yes.
It didn't, as it had still, it didn't mean that we couldn't buy Eze.
But we didn't sign Eze.
No, we didn't. But that wasn't for lack of trying.
I don't know. I don't know if we tried or not. I mean...
Right, on the top, yeah, I've got a question for you guys about youngsters. Ange has come out and said Lancashire and Mikey Moore are part of the first team squad. Now, we've had this ongoing debate last season. Oh, youngsters not given a chance. Are you guys happy that Lancashire and Mikey Moore are going to be part of the 25-man squad this year?
They're not going to play,
They-
Adrian. They're not going to play.
They have to be on there as the homegrown. Whether you don't usually, you've got a squad
No, they
there.
don't
Say
because
you
they're
can pick
underage.
20.
They could go on the B list, Dan.
That's
They
what
could
I'm
go on the B
about
list.
to tell you. If you let me explain it to you, I could pick 25 players there and then still have another 100 players there. As long as they're all 21, I can play them as I please. But when you pick your 25, you have to have a certain amount of homegrown this, or this in it. Or if you haven't got enough, then you can't pick 25 players. You can only pick, say, 21 players if you haven't got enough homegrown or this or that. But you can still use those 100 under 21s as much as you want. Yeah. So whether they're put on the team or not is irrelevant because they're still going to play the same or not play the same amount of games. Because if they wasn't put on the team, you could still pick them as you please anyway. So what you've said there, I totally get your point, but mate, it's irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's not irrelevant because everyone's gone on about what Ange said in press conference and things like that. And for him to say that is very telling because it means he intends to use them. Because you wouldn't mention it otherwise. Why mention it at all? You wouldn't mention it at all. I think they will get time. I think they'll get second half substitution.
I'm not saying they get no time, but it doesn't matter whether they're on the first team or not because they could get that time by being on by just not even being mentioned on the squad because you can play an under 21 as much as you want and you don't have to register him in the 25. So it's irrelevant whether they're in the 25 or not. What that is showing to me personally is that we haven't got a bloody good enough squad to put 25.
Still look at the comments.
It's 17 foreign players, 8 homegrown, and 4 of the homegrown have to be academy trained, which means they have to have done 3 years in the academy before their 21st birthday.
I understand all that. But again, does it matter whether I put him on the 25 or not when if he's in the under 21s anyway, that I can pick him at any game anyway?
But they might have to if we haven't got the 8 homegrown. I mean, if you look through the team, you've got Brennan Johnson, Madison, Davis would count as homegrown. Spence Wood, that's 4. Now I'm help me out here after those guys.
Now you're basically saying is that we have had to put them on there because we haven't got.
Yeah,
no
once Skip
homegrown.
went as well. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so it's not because Ange wanted them on there.
Forster and Austin would make 6.
Okay, so it's not because
pretty
Ange
sure.
wanted them on there. Specifically turned around and said, "I want Mikey Moore on there," and the other one, he's had to go put it on there to make the system work as such. Whereas if we had a bigger squad, we could have put the 25 on there, still left them 2 out of the 25, but still going to play them every game of the season if we wish.
Well,
Yeah,
I think he intended to do that. Once Velez went out on loan and Scarlett went off on loan as well, then I thought it was pretty odds on that you're going to need a third number 9, so Lancashire would be brought in, and he did get 23 goals in 22 games.
Yeah,
last
no,
season.
I'm not complaining
and
about it.
Moore, his stats are just absolutely mental.
Right?
And I would bring him in with that. I would give him a game. If you can give Odegaard a game, I wouldn't be frightened of putting.
I agree. I'm 100% with you on this.
Fully agree, Adrian.
I just think the point you're missing is whether they're putting the 25 or not is irrelevant because you can play them anyway, even if they're not in the 25.
That's right. Yeah.
I'll play Mikey Moore.
That's what I've been saying, Ian. That's the point I'm trying to put across.
Yeah, no, you're
He's had to put them in the 25.
We've only got a squad down at 23, I think, for the Europa.
Something like that.
I think
Squad is shit.
the squad is not shit.
It is shit.
The squad, you sound like you're going to cut your wrists.
Yeah.
No, I am, because every time I look at
Ray
this...
No, you can't.
Ray is shit. The
I
squad
am.
is shit.
Say that. Mate. I've been done for that. I've been done for that. You can't go using that, man. I've been done for saying that. Don't say that on here.
All right.
No, okay, I'll tell you what is...
Okay.
No, wait.
It's not that I got
Ian.
a problem with it, mate. It's just the rest of the world has a problem.
Yeah,
with
the
saying
rest
stuff
of the
like that.
Ian,
Fair enough.
why I say
couldn't
this,
care less.
I'll just justify myself why I think the squad is shit. Spence is not good enough. We don't know if he's good. We don't know.
True.
What's his name? We just don't know. Do we have enough defenders to compete in all fronts? No, we don't. Center backs, I mean, not defenders. Center backs. We don't.
I don't know why
Is
we let
Archie good?
Ashley, what's his name?
Ashley Phillips, I don't know.
Yeah, I
This
don't know why we
man just-
let him go. I don't know why we
Ben
did.
Davis.
Big game time, is he? With 2 right.
Do we trust Ben Davis to be our backup left back? No, we don't.
Ange
You
does.
look at the midfield. Name me one that can replace James Maddison as an attacking mid. You sold Lo Celso. Bergval's not an attacking mid. He's not.
Oh, God.
He's an 8.
Oh my God.
No, he's an 8. It's a fact. He's an 8.
He played quite attacking in the pre-season, Detrex.
No, he played more as a box-to-box.
He's a cam who can do
No,
that.
no, he's a box-to-box.
And you've got Decky can do that
Hang on.
role. You've got Mikey
No.
Moore can do that role
Adrian.
as well.
But Mikey Moore is not going to play. Why do we keep on saying Mikey Moore? He's not going to play any minutes this season.
When I spoke to the academy, when I spoke to Simon Davies, he said these kids aren't playing this season. The only one he said would play is Bergvall, but that was before we signed Gray. So Gray's probably going to play, but Bergvall's the only one. And he even said to me, Ashley Phillips isn't going to play. I didn't believe him, and he was right. There's no plan. There's no plan for any of our academy kids to play.
Yeah, we all know Lancashire Moore is not going to play.
They
And
might
then
get
you look at
they might get 5-minute cameos,
But it doesn't matter. That's not playing.
Lancashire is behind Son, Solanke, and Richarlison. He's not
Yeah.
going to get them. He's not going.
And then you look at the forwards. Are you telling me that our backup left winger is Timo Werner, and Brennan Johnson is on the wing? Do we call that
Moore
quality?
Should get minutes. Mikey Moore should start to be. If we had any brains, we'd begin to play Mikey Moore. We should, and even Alfie Devine, he deserves a little crack. Especially when, like, you know these games when you're 3-0 up against Everton. The worst Everton team I've seen come to Spurs. They were shocking, right? You're 3-0 up, the game's over. It could finish 5-6-0, God knows. 25 minutes to go. Bring on the academy boys. Bring on your Lancashire. Bring on your Moore. Let them play. We don't even do that. because
that's why.
Because we have to bring on Gray and we have to bring on Bergvall because we spent big money on them. And I said
that's why
when we signed Odegaard, Bergvall, Werner, when we signed all these players, I said this is blocking the pathway for the academy kids. And this is exactly how it's going to pan out. And that's why they didn't play the academy kids and they bought them because, as the academy director told me, they don't think they're good enough.
And Ian, that's why I'm saying this squad is not good enough. You might look. No,
I don't
you
agree
might
with
say.
this, by the way. I don't agree with what I've said. I'm repeating what was said to me. I don't agree with it, but that's what they're doing, and I'm seeing it pan out. It's a tragedy.
Look, we have the numbers. We have the numbers for 23 men. We have the numbers.
Right.
But if you look at quality, individual quality, we do not have it.
Okay. Now,
And that's my
different
problem.
Right. That's different to saying the squad is shit.
No, but it is. Because the individuals are not good enough.
Detrex has the
Right.
same problem as me. He puts things too bluntly at times.
Right. The
Detrex,
squad-
how big was our squad when we won 2 FA Cups and a UEFA Cup
Yeah,
in
let him finish,
1981,
Adrian.
82?
No, no,
Let him finish.
Right.
I
Let
wasn't
him
born.
finish. He was
Right.
speaking. Let him finish.
Right. My point is, I gave, I think it was something like a 5 or a 6 on the transfer window because we cut the wage bill correctly. In terms of buying for the future, I thought we bought 2 very good players. Odegaard, I don't know anything about, so I can't really comment. And I'm not prepared to give an opinion based on 60 minutes yet last week. So I'd give 3 out of 3 for the first one, 2 out of 3 for the kids, and 1 out of 4 for the first team because we got Solanke and we needed 3 more. Now, I feel that the squad is stronger than last year. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near any of the domestic trophies. We're not good enough. We're well behind several clubs. But I do think in Europe, I think, in a cup game, you can win. Greece won the Euros. They weren't the best team in Europe.
But it's not the same thing,
England got
international
worse.
league. It's not the same thing, Ian. Come on, man.
Ange has not got experience in Europe, and the only time, he did with Celtic, and he got absolutely destroyed everywhere he went. Again, some of it was down. Real Madrid's Real Madrid, yeah, but some of it was down to the fact that he just wouldn't change his tactics.
He lost against Shakhtar Donetsk.
Can I say something about Greece? Because I followed them that year.
Yeah.
They had 2 months to prepare for the Euros. They finished the season early to deliberately prepare for it. And they had 1 game every 5-6 days. Spurs will be playing 2 games, sometimes 3 games a week, especially if we do in the Carabao Cup. Greece never rotated. My concern with Spurs this year is I think we'll be fine. I think we might even get through the next 6 games. We might do quite well. I wouldn't be surprised. My concern is once the Carabao Cup, once the FA Cup, once the Europa starts, and there's more Europa games this year, and we're going to be forced to rotate, otherwise we're going to burn out and injuries. That's when I look at the squad and I think, shit, Van der Ven's going to pull his hamstring, isn't he? Because we're not going to rest him.
100%.
Shit. Someone in the midfield, Madison's going to get injured again. Bollocks. Pedro's out. In comes Spence. We don't know what Spence is going to do. We just don't know. that's when I think it unravels, because we didn't buy, those proven players
And-
to support
and
the
look-
young players we've signed.
And look how much this manager is.
I hope I'm wrong, guys. I really hope I'm wrong. But
And
No,
look
but
how much
I
this
agree with
manager.
everything you've just said, mate. When the
Yeah.
shit hits the fan, it's going to hit it in such a bad way. We're going to go down like a ton of bricks. But
And
if
look how
no
much
injuries
this-
happen,
But
no
Dan,
injuries happen.
I want to be
it can
wrong.
be
I really
safe.
want to be wrong
Go
on
on,
this. but-
Detrex. He was.
No, I'll just say something quickly. And look how much this manager is. He's an idiot. You say, "Oh, I'm not buying another defender because I don't want to block the pathway to Vuskovic and Phillips." So why did you send Phillips on loan? Who's the backup center back?
Yeah, that's a club line, though, isn't it?
You
That's a club line.
no, but who's the backup center back?
He's reading off a script. That's just like,
Ferguson on the right.
Now we're at
Detrex,
that point again
I-
where Ange just chats crap too much, doesn't he?
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying this squad is not good enough because we do not have proper replacement for Van de Ven, left back, and wingers.
Oh, we have a good replacement who's coming back from injury, who's really good on the ball, and he goes by the name of Alfie Dorrington. And
Correct.
He's
I
a
was just about to
fantastic
say
step right. He's a
But
fantastic.
you know he's not gonna play.
But he's
But
injured
let's-
at the moment, and it wouldn't surprise me if those doommongers that predict we're going to have an awful season because we're going to get injuries and the world's going to end tomorrow and everything else like that, and we're going to see the four horses of the apocalypse turn up on the pitch at the Spurs' new stadium. Like, if you're right, then like Dorrington would probably find his way into the squad.
Phillips did not find any minutes, and you tell me
gets
Dorrington's gonna
guys,
play.
What gets me, and people can call me a happy clapper, stick any label me on you want. I don't really give a damn. But what gets me is
To wait
you're
for
all
it.
predicting doom before it happens. Why don't you wait and see what happens?
Because I have 15 years.
Judge
Because I
the
have.
situation on-
No, wait.
Oh,
Dan, can I
yeah,
answer
but
this?
Detrex, with respect, mate, all you ever say when you come on a podcast, right? You come on, you say everyone's shit, but you never substantiate it with any facts, or you don't come and say why you don't like this particular player, what's bad about it.
Yes,
what
I do.
the are and all
Yes,
that.
I do.
Well, I haven't seen it on here.
Wait, no, yes, I do.
I haven't heard
Adrian,
it
no,
tonight.
you see, you're
All
lying.
I heard today is like, oh, he's shit, the team's shit.
No, yes, I have. No,
Adrian, He
wait.
does give reasons. We don't have. To
I do
agree,
give
but
reasons.
I'll back Detrex up. He does give reasons. Whether I agree with half of them or not isn't the point. He does actually.
Johnson,
give reasons.
I've shown. I know. I've expressed myself why Johnson is not good enough. Why? Because he can't even score. He can't even have touches. It's not me. It's the stats. Papa, sorry, you don't even know what's his best position. You tell me that what's his name? That the squad is good enough. I've just shown you 15 years of proven. We're not gonna rotate. Even this manager's not gonna rotate. You know damn well. You tell me that those youngsters are that good.
He hasn't.
So how come Archie Gray did not even make the Championship
rotate.
11?
He will rotate.
No, he's not gonna rotate.
If you think
Only
it's
when
that
he has
bad,
to.
I mean,
Only when he has to, exactly.
Even Dan walked away from this question earlier on, but you think it's that bad, Detrex? Pick your worst 11 for Coventry away in the League Cup. Come on, let's hear your worst 11.
My worst 11?
Yeah, the worst 11 of our squad.
Okay, Spence at right back.
Fine.
Ben Davies at centre back.
Go on.
Dragusin at centre back.
Yeah.
Whoever plays left back, we don't have one, so I'm just gonna put Udogi. We don't have a choice. Papesar in midfield. Archie Gray in midfield. Bergvall. Richarlison if he's fit. Richarlison if he's fit. Beetlejuice on the right and Timo Werner on the left. And this
Who's
team
in
will
goal?
lose against
Who's in goal?
and
Foster,
Foster in goal. And I can tell you this right now, this team,
is that team worse than the one that played at Fulham last year?
100% it's worse.
Hang
Well,
on,
it's
who's on the right wing? Did you say, Beatrix?
Beetlejuice, I mean Johnson.
Johnson and Werner.
Johnson.
Hang on, why would you play Johnson when he's playing regularly? Why wouldn't you bring Mikey Moore in?
Because I would put because I would put Koulouz.
They asked who. Adrian
No.
asked who the worst you
I
could
said
bring
pick
in
his
was.
worst team. I said pick
My
his
worst team that is Johnson on the right.
I'd pick Mikey Moore over Johnson every
No,
day
you're
of the
picking-
bloody week.
I'm saying,
But
if I'm
you
picking
said
my
pick the
worst
worst
11,
team.
it wouldn't be different to that. You know, because he hasn't played, I'd probably.
And
throw
this
him
team,
Fixture a
and
forward.
Adrian, I swear to God, this team would lose against Coventry. We would lose.
That's better team than the one, in my opinion. It's a better team than the one that played at Fulham last year.
And who's gonna score? Who's gonna score? Because Richarlison can't score, Timo Werner can't score, and Johnson cannot score.
Did you,
Who's
Beatrix, did you see Richarlison's stats last season?
Yeah, he was up and down.
No. Have you seen his stats last season?
Yeah, it's not that great.
14
wasn't
goals
even
in
up and
15 in just over 1,400 minutes.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
stats are deceiving.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
Yes,
They
they
are.
are.
they are.
They are deceiving.
They're
No,
not.
they are deceiving.
Let
It's
me
not
give a
fake
reason here,
news.
yeah?
We're not talking.
I'll
US.
give you a reason here, Ian. I'll give you the reason. Stats are deceiving. I'll give you the reason why. Because it took him 55 games before he could do it. He did it over 12 games, then did jack shit for the next games.
He was
In those
injured.
12 games,
He was
in those
injured after that, and he
I
came
couldn't
back
care
against
less.
Liverpool, and he
over
should have played.
55 games he has played for Spurs. In those 12 games, he was good. But again, after that, he just went back to what he was before. It took him 55 games to do that.
All right,
The
Dan.
12 games he had were brilliant. I can play 38 games in a season, and I can say score 10 goals in 10 games. And then all of a sudden do jack shit for the whole season, but it still comes up that I've scored 10 games.
Dan, let's talk about the first 20 games that Gareth Bale played for the club.
You're diverting that one.
No, I'm not. It's the same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. Because one of them
It's-
is world
it's not.
class, the other one
I
is he's mid.
Yeah, but Gareth Bale started poorly as well, yeah? And then he built up. Richarlison has started poorly. He's had one patch, one of being good for 12 games, and then just totally evaporated again. And injured, I agree. But then when he did come back on again, nothing of him again. And it'll probably be the same this season.
Dan, the first year Richie was at the club, I'm not saying he's the answer, but let me just talk about him specifically.
Go on.
The first year he was at the club, he was understudy to Kane. He hardly played. The second year he came in, he was injured most of the season. He was still understudy for Kane, but he was injured most of that season. He was carrying an injury, and last season, unfortunately, again, injury prone either side of coming back in, having a great run, and then he was injured after he got injured. Then he came back against Liverpool late in the season, and we nearly pulled something back from 4-0 down after he came on because he completely changed the game. He's not the answer. He's another one. Unfortunately, I like Richie. I think he's all effort, and if he could only put together a run of games,
I agree,
and get into his stride, then I think we will see better than what we've seen.
I like the effort he puts in. He puts in the effort, but with him, he's just crap on the ball. He's good at headering the ball, but we got no one.
Conte never rated him, and Ange doesn't rate him. Conte doesn't rate him, and Ange doesn't rate him too. So clearly, it means he's not good enough to be at Spurs. We just bought him because he was a. I don't know why. I don't understand this.
Well, we know there's players that have got the sword of Damocles hanging over their head up to January if they don't perform. Basuma's one of them. Richie's one. Johnson and Werner are one. Spencer's another. We can name a few that have got to step up. Sar's got to add bite to his game. I like the player a lot, but he's because of his energy and what he brings. And you need engine. You need an engine in your team.
You don't need engine.
But he needs a bit of bite in his game. The lack of aggression's been my big bane. And the fact that a front three don't score goals and you bring wingers in that don't score. I mean, that doesn't make no sense to me at all.
What's interesting, Adrian, interesting is on those lists of players you started with Basuma. Now, Basuma is absolutely key to the way Ange plays. And if you think about the first 10 games of last season, before he got sent off, like first few games, he was superb and he was involved in absolutely everything.
He's got the capability.
You know what? We all looked at Basuma at Brighton, and when he came to Spurs, again, Levy got him at the wrong price because he only had a year left on his contract. Because nobody leaves Brighton for 25 million. Tony Bloom gets 60 upwards for pretty much everybody. But we got him for 25. I thought absolutely fantastic. He didn't do. He was missing. He was late for training. He didn't get into Conte's starting lineup because of that. Him and Spence missed meeting startup times regularly. They were both warned about it. Spence didn't put it right. Basuma did. Spence went out on loan. Basuma stayed. Basuma is key to how Ange plays.
No, he's not key.
He is absolutely key.
No, he's not.
Detrex, he is. He just can't do what Ange wants him to do. Basuma's strong point as a box-to-box is not the defending side. He's better at getting the ball and going forward and passing it. What Ange needs
If
is someone who can defend as good.
Okay,
A box to
He's the
box.
best
is
passer in a
priority
Spurs
to him.
team. He's the best
Dan.
passer of the ball in a Spurs team.
But his defense is poor.
if we had the Man City money and we can buy, let's say, I'm just going over the top, Gundogan, Ederson, those type of players, I'm telling you this right now, Bissouma would never make this team.
100%.
He just important because we don't have anyone that's better than him, and that's the problem.
True. But that's how a team has to go. Right. Just one point I want to bring up here, quick on the side, Ben. I agree with what you're saying to an extent. So stats are not deceiving when it comes to Odegaard, but they are when it comes to Richie. We have to be consistent, guys. I was consistent. I said the stats with Odegaard said he had a shit game. Right. The stats with Richie said he didn't have a great season either. He just had a good 12
No, but
games.
this
That's all
this
I'm
isn't-
saying. It
This
is a
isn't
fair
consistent.
point.
Dan, this isn't consistent because you're comparing stats of a player over a period of time compared to the stats of a player in one game.
Yeah, that's
Again-
all I can do is give it on that one game.
You know, no, I know, but then we can't compare Odegaard to Richie if it's not either both of them off of one game or both of them over the same period of time.
I didn't compare either of them to each other. I'm just explaining how I see it. I can only
No,
go
that's
by
what I'm saying.
one
That's what I'm
game
saying.
with Odegaard.
That's what I'm saying. This is inconsistent. This statement, you can't.
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't judge them both together. As all I can say about Richie is, yes, he had a very good 12 games and he was very consistent in those 12 games. But the other, 45 games he's played for us, he's been absolute shit.
He didn't. Dan, do you know how many league games he played last season?
Detrex.
I didn't say last season, I said overall.
Let's just talk about last season, because if you're talking about the season before, no one's talking about how Solanke was the year before. We're only talking about Solanke last season. So let's just talk about Richie
I said
last
how long
season.
it took him to get to even score goals.
But he
That's
never
all
had
I'm
a run
saying
in the
with it.
team, Dan. He never
Because he
had a
wasn't
run
good
in the
enough.
Well, mind you, he did have 45 games overall by the time he started scoring. So come
The
on, he had
season
a few
before
games.
Kane was in the side.
Kane was there.
Mm-hmm.
Richie hardly
But to
got
get-
in. They
Oh,
Well, then how
my
did he
God.
get 45 games?
about
Everton
40 of them were
2-0
sub.
up.
Dan,
Everton was
40 of them
2-0
were
up.
substitute.
Bournemouth have scored 3 goals in 5 minutes to win it.
Yeah, I saw it.
Everton are so bad, man. They're so bad.
What has happened?
87th minute, it was 2-0 Everton. 95th minute, 3-2 Bournemouth.
Is it 3-2
Yeah,
now?
man.
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
I said it. Everton, that Everton team that I saw at White Hart Lane is the worst Everton team I've seen come to us.
They did have most of their defence missing, though, didn't they?
Mate,
they had a
they've got a
terrible
lot of players
team.
missing. They've got loads missing.
So really, you do think this team is good enough, basically, to take us somewhere?
I do, yeah. I think we can win a trophy this year.
Oh my god.
And I think we're going to nick the Europa League, so you can clip that.
Oh my god.
I will
Oh
do.
my
No,
god.
no.
I want
I'll
to
hold you to that.
understand this. I want to understand this.
What's
We
the
haven't won a
reason to it?
European trophy in 40 years.
Right.
This team is significantly weaker than Pochettino's team and Harry Redknapp's team. How are we thinking we're going to win the European Cup?
It's delusion. Delusion.
Okay. Well,
I'm
in
asking-
weakness only comes into play if we've got the injuries and suspensions that you fear we may have. We won
You will
3
have the
trophies.
injuries.
Let me finish, Detrex.
Go on.
We won 3 trophies with a squad of 14 in the early 80s. I know the game's changed, but we won 2 FA Cups and a UEFA Cup with a team, right? And with a squad of 14. It can be done.
We had Glenn Hoddle and Ardiles and Ricky Viglia and
I
Perry.
know, they were world-class players. I know that, right?
Now
It was still, but they still had to get through a hard season of how many games? The FA Cup games, the League Cup. Spurs were challenging for everything, even the league, right? They must have played 60 games or more. There weren't these players moaning that they're playing 20 games a season now. These
But they
wussies
do
that
now.
are on multi-million-pound contracts. I know the game's faster, but they've got the science has improved, the medical's improved. So as long as they don't abuse their body and go out partying it like Basuma, right, and Regulon and all that, then and they look, they should be duty bound to be professional, then you shouldn't have this issue. No, the reason I say that is because, right, we've got 8 bites to the cherry with the Europa League just to get through, right, on the league.
Yeah, I've got it all written here.
Teams go, right? Right, 8 bites to the cherry. with the League Cup, all right, we now know we got Coventry, but we could have quite easily have drawn Man City away. The FA Cup you can park to January because it's not to the first week in January. And again, you don't know you're going to get home or away. But at least with the Europa League, you've got 8 bites of the cherry. So we should get through to the knockout stages or something.
We should get through that first bit. I agree with that. We should do.
Right.
I mean, when you, what I'll go with one thing you said there, Adrian, is one thing you can definitely go with, whether the players abuse their bodies or not. Ange abuses their bodies. I mean, that just sounded a bit bad, but Ange abuses Van der Ven. Why? Because he puts him on the halfway line and then expects him to sprint down the pitch. Let's say, do we agree 5 to 15 times every game?
But they train harder because they do double sessions then.
So we say 10. Yeah, he can do all the sessions in the bloody world. He's not a fucking robot. And you know that if he keeps playing this Ange system, just by not just the history of VDV, but just the history of a human body, you know he's going to have no hamstrings left by Christmas. He's only human in that aspect.
Well,
so whether he does all the training and all the weights in the world, the style is still going to rip his hamstrings up.
It's a hypothetical possibility, right? But then why, when two positions work harder than he does in that team, and the two wing backs have to get up and down that field, up and down, they run more kilometres than VDV. Why aren't we worried about their hamstrings going?
Right, I'll give you the answer for it. When it comes to running, the bit that does most of the time, it's not the running, it's the acceleration. It's the quickness. It's the way you have to pull away. What's more likely to screw your car up? Slamming it down and accelerating with it, or doing 90 down the motorway with it? Yeah. Same with a human body. The fact that he has to get to his top pace as quick as he can and sprint every 10 games, he's going to do his hamstring. Whereas at least as the wing backs, they've got more time to run, not just accelerate. Van der Ven, the way Ange plays him, he has to be on his top space in 2 footsteps, and he has to do it up 10 games plus.
To me, then, I mean, I trained for over 30 years, right? And the first thing you do when you go and train is you warm up on the bike. And the reason you warm up on the bike, 5 minutes with no resistance,
get your muscles going.
You've done your work, so you know the crack. You get all the nutrients and fluids going around to warm your system up, right? Depending on your sport and activity, say for VDV, he should have a set of stretching exercises. He should be either on a leg curl machine, right, with no resistance at all, right, warming his hamstrings up. He should be doing exercising with his feet in the wall bar. He should. If you're that sort of player, you should have a specific. Everyone should do the same routine in a football.
But then when you have to do 10 crazy sprints a game from the halfway line, sooner or later, no matter how trained up you are, your hamstrings are going to go. That is a fact.
Do you know? Can I tell you what? Can I tell you what causes it? Can I tell you what causes it? Right, because I've actually studied this. with the fullbacks, they're not having to make these emergency defending, last ditch sprint, slide tackles.
Correct.
It's a very explosive maneuver. It's the difference between lifting weight, a decent weight, and then doing a very, very heavy weight, everything you've got. The demands on the body are more. So the type of sprint Van der Ven has to do is more. What's killing him is it's the games where he's got to do 4, 5, 6 of them in a game, because that burst of energy, that explosiveness that stretches the muscles, the ligaments, when he's not doing it and the body's cooling down, that relaxed state, what you don't want is to then go into another explosive sprint. And that's what's doing it. And last season, what went against him and a lot of players last season is all these extra minutes we're having to play because the clock's being stopped and added on. It's compounding on it. So I'm to blame. Listen, I'm blamed for everything else. It's the type of sprint and it's the stop. Stop. That's what's killing you.
That's true. And
that's basically what I'm trying to say. You just put it a much better way.
5 or 6 minute delays when VR are trying to make a decision and players' bodies are calling.
So you know that's going to happen. So you know his hamstrings are going to go. So you've basically just answered my question and made me right. We all know it is going to happen just by how the human body works. Stel just described it better than me. I haven't got.
You
the
never
best way
see
of
Romero
describing
having
it.
to make those runs because he doesn't
No,
do
I
it.
don't know if Stoll does it with his team and all that, but I do wonder if the science team are involved with players at half time again, with players like VDV, right? You're stopping playing now. Your body's cooling down. You're having your cup of tea or whatever it is. Or
They'll be massaging the legs. They'll be moving the
Right.
muscles.
I'm glad to hear that.
They'll be taking
And stretching again, yeah, stretching.
They'll be
exercise.
taking drinks as well, like energy drinks to keep the body
Yeah.
stimulated.
Adrian,
Jabbing-
Adrian,
jabbing
how
the
They
many?
do a
muscles
warm
need
down
to-
as well after the game. They'll do a 15-minute warm down as well to warm the muscles down.
These, you know, a lot of these players are playing in the red zone the last 20 minutes of a game.
Yeah.
Look how many injuries you get in the last 20 minutes.
They're on the brink. Yeah.
This is why Mile Jedinek is up there with his laptop and all that. When they're recording all these stats for the players' bras about how well they're running and stuff like that. I mean, this information, I don't know if they can give that information down to Ange on the touchline, like take him off or whatever.
Well, I
But
know.
you think science now, I thought there would be a way of doing it.
Well, I know for a fact,
run
Adrian,
so many kilometres, for example, you could say, right, we'll take him off.
Adrian, Potts used to have 5 minutes with the analysts at half time before he even went in and spoke to the kids.
What's happened to you, Lubo?
Ian, I think his
Internet's gone. He'll be
Someone
back.
pulled-
He'll
someone
be
pulled
back.
the plug.
He's a good guy. He'll be back.
Listen, they know what they're doing. Like, the injuries with Van der Ven, it's clear because he's been pushed to the brink, and it's
the tactics.
It is the tactics. It is the tactics.
He had a hamstring injury in Germany, didn't he?
Yeah, listen, he might just have weak hamstrings. That's a possibility, guys. You know, he could just have weak hamstrings. He wasn't
a full pelt for the goal, but that Sonny scored. But like, he didn't show no lack of pace there. He looked all right to me.
When I played, and I was a rapid football player, had a lot of speed in me.
Because you had
I pulled my hamstring once a year minimum because I didn't have strong hamstrings. I never had strong hamstrings. They weren't weak, but they weren't strong to the point of where I could just batter them every single game.
I can't imagine your bald head running
those
fast.
hamstring muscles that run from your back,
Shave your beard, man.
that run from your back down to the back of your knee, they can really strengthen them now. Where they wouldn't be able to do them years ago. 10 years ago, you didn't have that.
It's not even he has. I don't know. I don't think it's more weak hamstrings. Look at his height and look at his weight. Imagine putting so much pressure, running every time with the amount of. I don't how tall is he? Is he like 6'2"?
Heung-Min's son.
No, I'm talking about Van der Ven.
No, he's on about
You're looking at the muscles.
Strong legs, man. Strong's got very
Yeah, but look at Son's calves. They're so big. But look at Van der Ven.
And his look at Son's thigh muscles are like thunder, man. He's
Yeah,
a
they're
strong,
big.
he's got strong
That's
legs.
why he has That's why he has issues when it comes to dribbling because his feet are so big. He
I just
doesn't
think
have.
he's older. I just think he's
No. When you have like when your thighs, in general, when you have big thighs, it's so hard to dribble.
No, the Detrex, no. Dribbling is all down to your ABCs and your SLQs. Your agility, your balance, your coordination, and your SQLs is your ability to
Name me one player that had big thighs and he was an amazing dribbler.
in different directions, and they
Okay,
coach
name
that.
me.
They coach that when you're a kid and then through your teens, man.
Because me, it's just more. It's not a fact. It's just my personal opinion. I've never seen a player with big thighs that was an amazing dribbler. Maybe I could be wrong.
Adama Traore.
No. It's more pace than dribbling. It's more
What?
pace.
You generate a lot.
Adama Traore, he can beat a man with skill. He's got that.
No, it's more kick the ball and run. It's never dribbling. No, it's more kick the ball.
No. He's got step overs. He's got drag backs. He's got L-shaped turns.
No,
he's
it's more
got
kick and
V1s,
run,
V2s.
bro.
Yes, he has. I've seen it. He's got V1s, V2s. He's got it, man. He can dribble.
You generate a lot of power for your shots through your quads and your muscles on the front part.
Actually, I'm wrong, Jack Grealish. Yeah, I'm wrong. No.
I know you're wrong.
Forget
I
about
know
what I
you're fucking
said.
shit.
No, but at least he can put his hands up and admit he's wrong.
Yeah, I'm wrong.
A lot
I'm
of
wrong.
people can't do
Yeah.
that.
I'm wrong.
So-
No.
We
He does
do
it too
agree.
often. He does it too often. No.
Look at your bald head.
now, bitches.
Dribbling is all about dribbling is all about whether or not, as a young player, you were taught to dribble. You see, Arsenal, they coach it out of a lot of players the old way. The new academy system, they actually teach it now. That's why Saka is the player.
But they actually teach it now, yeah?
Yeah, listen.
I thought
The
they were
best-
more into like overloads and passing the ball past the player rather
Yeah,
than
that's
taking
tactical. But when they develop the players, listen, the best club in England for a very, very long time at 1v1 dribbling, 1v1 domination was Tottenham Hotspur. We developed a lot of those players. We just never progressed them. There's a reason Harry Kane could beat a man. He was taught it when he was 9, 10, 11, 12. There's a reason Gareth Bale evolved into a dribbler because they developed...
Ginola, Waddle, Aaron Lennon, they could all go past players
Mate, we've always been good at that. We've always been very good at developing that.
And Odegaard as well. Next Aaron Lennon.
Cool. Listen, it's
Stelios, can you stop screaming in the background, please?
That's you. That's you with the animals in the background on your farm, wherever you are.
By the way, guys, Europa League. Got all the teams up.
Yeah, I've got
Pot 1: Roma, Man U, Porto, Ajax, Rangers, Frankfurt, Lazio, Slavia Prague. Pot 2: Sociedad, AZ, Braga, Olympiacos, Lyon, PAOK, Fenerbahce, Maccabi Tel Aviv, Ferencvaros.
They already made the goals.
Pot 3: Karabag, Galatasaray, Pilsen, Bodeglimt, Union Saint-Gilloise, Dynamo Kiev, Ludogorets, Midtjylland, Malmo. Pot 4: Bilbao, Hoffenheim, Nice, Anderlecht, 20, Besiktas, FCSB, RFS, and Elfsborg. We have got a very good chance of winning this competition.
Yeah, Man United and Roma are threats, aren't they?
But we say this, Ian. We say this. Yeah, in years gone by, we've gone out to Saint Etienne's, Genks, Dynamo Kiev
with much better teams than what we got now. And Roma, I'm telling you,
and better strikers. We had Sonny Kane and Dele Alli's and Christian Eriksen.
Unless we meet them in the final, Dan, we're only playing them once. We'll either meet them or Man United.
Where's the final this year, by the way? Where's the final?
Bilbao.
Oh wow, that'd be nice.
Right,
that'd be nice. That
we got Roma at home.
Book your tickets. We're going.
Which personally, I think Roma are a significantly better team than ours. They've got better players than we have.
Based on what?
We'll beat them.
Do you want me to bring the teams up?
Sociedad. Is Zubimendi still at Sociedad?
Yes.
Pellegrini, he's better than anything we have in midfield.
Sociedad's a
strikers they've got.
Sociedad's a good team. They're a very good team.
Still, Fergie's on our WhatsApp group is Spanish and covers Spanish football. He knows a lot about Spanish football. The best player, he said, that Sociedad have got has just joined Arsenal.
Who?
Marino. He is the best by a mile, he said. Zubamendi's a good player. Zubamendi's a good player. He's probably the best they've got.
Sociedad last season were good, though. That's what I'm saying. I watched them last season. They're a good team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm more worried about? I'm not actually worried about whether our players can give it a go. I'm more worried about European managers' tactical nous compared to Ange's tactical nous. I think they've got the edge on us. The European managers...
Dan, I just shared my screen.
The European managers, that we always underestimate them. If you look at the Premier League, how many English managers are there? They're mainly European, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's my worry. It's the tactical chess game that gets played. Can Ange play that game? I don't know if he can. He's not proven it.
This is who we drew in the Europa League.
Yeah.
Do you know the game that scares me the most? This one.
Galatasaray.
It's gonna be hostile.
That's the atmosphere.
Have they,
that's gonna be a hostile game.
Ian, if they came out with the dates today, because that'll be
not yet. Nothing yet.
Because that's going to be very telling. Games surrounding them and what team selection and
the dates are on Europa.
Who's playing in the league as well.
It's on Europa.
The rotation will be determined.
Not yet. Still.
Because all depends who we're playing. Coming up to
the first game is the week after the Carabao Cup.
Yeah.
But whether it's home or away, it makes a difference. It always makes a difference, isn't it? If we're traveling,
we
know poorly English clubs have done when they've come back from a European for some reason. When they've come back from a
our first game is
it's not been confirmed yet. I'm just on the website now.
Right.
It's today, though. But not the date.
It's supposed to be today, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought the dates were given out today, so I'll post them up in my group when. Well,
if you look at the dates, Adrian, the first game is before Man United.
Mm.
The second game is after Man United.
Mm.
and before Brighton.
Mm.
The third game, the 24th, is who have we got that week? The 26th, 27th.
I've got the
Palace.
sheet.
That you got Palace
yeah.
away afterwards.
Right, okay.
The 7th of November is before Ipswich. 28th of November, I think, is before Villa.
We got Man City away on the 23rd.
Man City away. Is it City away?
Yeah.
12th of December. Who we got on the 15th?
We got Southampton away on the 14th.
Okay.
We'll have Carabao Cup games as well for beat Conte.
Bear in mind, though, Ian, some of these games will be shifted to Sunday if they're on a Saturday.
Yeah.
They'll
all be Sundays. They'll all be Sundays.
They'll all be Sundays. So, yeah, so it's a question of, like I'm saying, if we get Roma either side of Man United, even if it's at home, you know, and we've got Man United away, I mean, you'd think there'd be some rotation there with 2 tough games on the spin, but you don't know. We don't know. I mean, like,
well, I think he'll rotate maybe 3 or 4 players for Europe and for League Cup.
Oh, I definitely think you're going to see Graham Bergwall in those games.
For sure. You probably see Spence. You'll have Dragerson in. You may even have Mikey Moore in.
I mean, the weaker teams, especially the weaker teams, we call that. You know, I mean, like,
right,
carry a bag and fire a bag, and you got. I mean, Galatasaray have got a name. I don't know if they've got a team this year. I'm not up with Turkey.
I don't know.
They
won it last year, didn't they? They won it last year with about 90-something points, and Fenerbahce were only 3 points behind.
But we've got to go out of Azerbaijan, isn't it?
Galatasaray signed a couple of.
We've beaten Karabakh before.
Haven't they got? Is it Icardi? Isn't they get Icardi? Who's Italian guy they got?
I don't know.
Andres Martins, is he still there?
I can't even remember. I don't know what I'm talking about right now.
They also tend to get a lot of the older players that sort of in the twilight of their careers, don't they? The Turkish teams.
Yeah, and I back our 2 centre backs against Icardi every day of the week.
Yeah.
So they're probably.
Do you know what? Right, I was thinking this the other day when I was looking at the 6 games coming up. That Brentford game, I thought, we're going to win that. We'll win that. Brentford won again today. Yeah, that Mbuemo is a player, you know that.
Terrific. Should have bought him.
Yeah. I actually think that Brentford game's harder than what I thought now.
I can think of other players we should have bought. Vanderson, Doty at Luton, the fullback. Robertson from Fulham, the fullback.
Brentford aren't mugs.
Yeah.
Right. This is something I just want to prove to Ian here, yeah? I don't know if you can see it that well. I don't quite know how to enlarge this too well, yeah? But you go look at that Roma team, yeah? Sevilla, very good goalkeeper. Their left back, from what I've seen of him, as capable. Right back, no, Porro's better. Mancini, very good defender, very underrated. Ndika, don't know enough about him quite. But
came from Frankfurt.
He's more solid.
He's good.
I don't know much about him, but I'd say we're more solid at the back. Midfield 3, Pellegrini, Paredes, Cristini pisses all over us. Hands down. Dybala, more skilled than any player we have on that pitch, hands down. More capable of scoring a goal than any playmaker or attacking midfielder we have.
I thought it was off the study.
He walks. I'm only going by the squad here. I don't know what happened in the past couple of days there. I didn't check it out. Yeah, but that squad there, and even down to their striker, is more powerful than what we have. And that's only their first 11, yeah? They also have a significant team on the back as well, of where they can do a lot of changing. Yep, that's right.
Mate, they got Manacone.
They also just got Manacono.
I can't believe we didn't sign him.
I mean, Paredes is someone we could have done all day long, and he would have walked into our team. And you look at the rest of their squad, which I'm looking at now, it walks over everything we have, basically, bar the defence.
Can I just say one
now?
thing?
Hang on a second.
Oh, sorry.
So now go and explain to me, Ian, how we are better than Roma when you look at that player for player. I know only time is going to tell when we play them as such, but player for player, add that up, that team is better than ours.
Okay, How have they been playing this season so far?
I didn't watch.
I think they've won a game. They've only played one game. The last one I followed was in smashing Atalanta 4-0.
No, they didn't win. They drew and lost.
I thought they'd only played one. Okay.
Where did they finish? Where did they finish in the league last year?
5th, wasn't it, or 6th?
6th.
5th. I'm pretty sure it was 5th.
I thought
no, 6.
No, it was 6. Atlanta got that, but they still got into the cup because of the other reasons. But look at those players. Look at that up front. You cannot tell me that up front is not more deadly than ours.
Sorry, Dybala's maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I'd agree with you.
Dybala now still has twice the skill of Maddison and more the capability of scoring goals than Maddison.
Well, listen, all will be revealed. We'll see.
Can I just name you? They have Dybala, Esharari, Dobik, Salmakers, and Sule in attack, which is better than all of our forwards.
The main thing we're stronger at is at the
Son
back.
and Maddison are top players. Let's have it right, yeah.
Who would you take, Dybala
I'm not saying
or
Maddison's
Maddison?
not good.
No, I'm just saying we've got some top players as well.
We don't
I
have
think
top
our
players.
weakness is I think our wingers are shit. I think all of our
We don't
wingers
have
are shit.
we
Maybe
don't have
Odegaard
top
comes
players.
good. I don't know. I'm not happy with our wingers at all.
And
I'm
also
really-
our centre mids. You look at their centre mids and who they just bought, and you look at ours. It walks over our centre mids, as far as I'm concerned. Call it opinion if you will, but if you look at player for player,
I don't like our
Wait,
midfield.
still, I'm just curious. You say we have top players. Who's our top players?
No, I said Son and Maddison. They're top players. They are good players.
Would you say Maddison is a top player?
Yeah, of course he is.
He
But
is
he's
a
not
good player.
consistent.
Is
So
it-
how can he? He's not consistent. So how can he be a top player?
He's injury prone.
But
He's
he's not
injury prone.
Okay.
Well, listen, he's so far this season 2 games, 2 assists. He started the season off well.
Okay, but you can start the season well, but how do you finish it? It's more important than how you
No,
start.
all that matters is how we play when we play them. That's all that matters.
I want to see if he doesn't get injured. I think Maddison can have a good season for us. If he gets injured, I think it derails his season.
Because I'm just comparing last game against Everton. You had 2 clear-cut chances. You didn't score 2 goals. 2 brilliant passes from Romero. So I don't think he's going to have a good season.
Oh, he had 1 clear cut chance.
no.
No, it was
I
2.
think Maddison has done all right so far, but in that last game, he should have had a hat trick. No 2 ways about it. His ball control was pretty bad.
But Son
in that
missed the
last game.
chance.
Yeah, I know.
Romero
But I'm
missed the
saying
chance.
Maddison is good. He's a player that I screamed for at Spurs for 3 years.
I don't think
Pedro
he's a top-
Porro, he's a good player.
Sure, yeah. I believe we only have
And Romero,
4.
I think we've got good players.
I
I
think Porro's
don't
one
like
of our
our wide
best.
players. I don't like our wide players, and I'm not convinced by our midfield. I don't know
'Cause-
what.
Yeah,
Personally-
our forward line probably isn't great. I've always moaned where we're getting 90 goals a season to finish second or first in the league, right? But that's a fact. We don't know how they're going to turn up. But under Ange ball, the way we play, you can't say them forward players don't get the chances because we missed over 30 odd big chances last year and we'd have finished
Okay.
third.
But over Ange ball, the way he
so
plays,
we're
you
playing-
can say that midfield will destroy ours on paper. I know it comes down to the game, but on paper, that 3 midfield, 3 centre mids at all times will absolutely cook what we've got.
I don't think
but
I
really,
don't
yeah.
think we've got a proper number 6, man. I think that number 6 for me. I know
No,
Ange doesn't play with an old school 6, but someone that can do that job.
Okay, even if he did, still, we've got Archie Gray there. Great. What
But that's what I'm
experience.
saying.
We're all,
That's my
I
point.
know, I'm
I don't
agreeing
think
with
we've
you.
got that.
We're all clutching on straws. Who have they got there? Paraday, for God's sake. Don't tell me he's not good. He's a good
And
player.
Manu Kone at
Then-
6.
Mate, they've got Manu Kone. He's
Dan,
brilliant.
why did
They
Man
just
City
bought him
not,
as well.
why did Man City not beat us 5-0 at the Etihad last year with De Bruyne, Foden, Grealish,
Because we're the
Rodri?
boogie team.
Seriously, why did they not beat us 5-0 with that
Because we're the
midfield?
boogie team.
Ian, they battered us in that first half.
They absolutely destroyed us.
We caught life.
We had a bit of luck.
We caught a lot of life that game.
And
Yeah,
games
first
do
half-
come down to luck at times. They do.
First half,
And
agreed. That was down to Haaland being wasteful in front of
They
goal.
missed,
Second half,
who missed chances as well.
second half, we were terrific, and when Lo Celso came on, it was different gravy.
Oh, we've sold Lo Celso.
That's
we got
right.
no Lo Celso.
Brilliant.
And now look
Nice
at
goal
him.
he
Oh,
scored,
no,
yeah.
hang on a minute. Hang on. We can bring on Archie Gray.
Nice goal.
I
No
agree
worries
with you.
about
I
Archie
like
Gray,
Lo
man.
Celso.
No worries at all.
when you praised the Celso earlier, I actually agree with you. I think he's a good player. The problem we've got is he's always taken a knock. He's always got that injury. If he can stay fit, it'd be. I thought when he came on for Spurs last season, he really did well. Really did well. In a lot of
when
games.
he did.
He didn't play a bad game, did he?
But he's gone now. So
He's just injury prone, Ian. That's the biggest thing about him.
We are
I've loved him at Spurs.
We are praying that Bergvall, Odeburn, Gray come up to speed really quick.
This is what I'm saying, Stel.
But I agree with you on that.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. This is what I'm trying to tell everybody. It's not that I'm slating the players that they will never come good. We are basically throwing our money down on the floor and just hit and hope. Simple as that. No one can tell me for a fact that Archie Gray is going to do better in the Premiership than Højbjerg. You can't do it because you can't give me the facts. I can't tell you he's not going to do it either because I can't give you the facts. But what I can tell you is that Højbjerg is 10 times the established player in the Premiership that Gray is. Why? Because he's played there so much. I'm not saying Gray won't end up better, but at the moment, Højbjerg is a more established Premiership top footballer than Gray is, who has played 20 minutes.
He's no longer with us.
It's a point I'm making to you.
And Gray is technically better. All ends up better than technically better.
Is he?
Yes, he is.
Well, what's he done in the past couple of years in the Premiership?
Well, he hasn't been in the Premiership, but he's shown.
There we go. That's my point. This is what I'm getting to, Adrian. You're hitting on hope, same as a lot of people. You are hoping he's good in the Premiership. I can't say whether he'd be good or bad. I don't think he's ready for the Premiership, but only time will tell. But you are hitting on pure hope.
Well, no,
you cannot give me no facts that Archie Gray is going to land on his feet and smash the Premiership. No, you can't. He hasn't played in it.
I can versus Højbjerg. Easily do it. You know, when I judge these videos, and yes, I can because I'll explain in a minute.
Because he hasn't played in the Premiership, so how can you judge him in the same league when they haven't played in the same league?
I can explain where Gray's better.
Go on.
When I look at all these videos, people go to me, but when you're looking at a video of a player, they all look good in the videos and all that. Well, there's three main things I look for, right? I look for players with vision who move the ball quickly that can make things happen. Gray's got vision. Højbjerg's vision is limited. In a tight situation, he doesn't know his arse from his elbow when it comes to... He either gets lucky and gets the ball away or it doesn't happen. I think he's a good player. He'd be a good player in a Premiership and a team that plays a system that suits him, but Gray can sit many systems, whereas like Højbjerg can't.
But why did he make the Championship 11?
Why didn't he make the Championship first 11 then? Like Detrex said, if he's that good.
Football IQ is higher. He's better at getting back. Watch him when he comes back for challenges and wings the ball. Watch him do his interceptions and all that. He can get pressure. But having said that, he got bullied in the first game against Bayern Munich. He did much better in the second game, although you disagreed with me on that. Fair enough. It's purely subjective.
No, he actually lost the ball more times in the second game, Adrian.
I've seen better qualities in Gray, in my opinion. That's only my opinion.
I'm not saying
better qualities in Gray.
But you're still missing at my point.
No,
he's a better passer. He doesn't give the ball away as much. He's a better passer.
He gives the ball away much.
Dan,
he gave the ball away. Go on, Ian.
I think the answer here is
time will tell, isn't it?
That time will tell once we see how Gray adapts, whether he adapts, how well he adapts.
That's what I'm getting at.
The Premier League.
We're getting at hope.
Okay, but what Adrian is saying is that from what he's seen of Gray, and until we see him at a higher level, we can't judge 100%. Obviously,
this is what
what we're saying, and I agree with Adrian. Gray, technically, to me, when I've seen him play for Spurs, because I didn't see him play for Leeds. All I know is that my son's got two very big Leeds fans who were devastated that he left, that said he was absolutely fantastic last year. So I looked at it and I watched Archie Gray, and he looks very good. He looked comfortable at right back, he looks comfortable at centre back, and he looked comfortable as a number 6. Now,
I'm not disagreeing.
Now, any player who is able to come in, remember, he's an 18-year-old kid, he's played for Leeds, he's coming into Tottenham. It's a completely different ball game.
This is totally what I'm telling you.
And he has looked comfortable in pre-season.
No, he has not.
He doesn't look comfortable.
No,
that's a lie.
No,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
Not like Bergvall. He has not looked comfortable like Bergvall.
It's opinion, Detrex.
No, but it's not. No. Ian, I understand you want to big him up, but let's not lie to ourselves. He didn't look comfortable. It's a fact he didn't look. Every time he
Wait a
lost
sec.
possession against Bayern, he looked lost.
He was
He
ill.
looked good
Maxa.
against Hearts. He looked
guy
good
was
against
ill.
QPR. He looked good in
Oh.
the second game against. But this is my
Adrian, I could
opinion.
come on that team and look good against Hearts. Come on,
Yeah,
man,
but-
be real.
Guys,
But
I've
the
got to go
point
anyway.
is-
Listen, have a good one. Speak to you
All
later.
right, I've got 15 minutes left. Right. The point I'm
Heart-
just trying to get across to people here, Adrian, yeah? It's not that I've got a problem with him. It's not that I don't think he's going to end up good. It's not that I don't think he can be good. But he has done nothing. And don't give it to me about his stats in the Championship when he's playing poor players compared to the Premiership. He's basically playing substandard football compared to the Premier League.
I'm
So
only using
we
my
will
eye
see.
test, man. I'm not using stats.
I know, but you still can't compare it to the Premier League. Otherwise, the Championship would be on
No,
the
you
level with the Premier
you
League. It's
can't.
not.
But it's
I know you can't.
the
That's
Championship.
what I'm
is
telling you.
Is a good grounded. I mean, Robertson. come
Okay,
from
but
the
is it as good as the
Championship.
Premier League?
Trent, right?
Is it as good as the Premier League?
Eze come from the Championship. Elise come from the Championship. You know, you could name loads of players now
Adrian,
that
what I'm trying to tell you is he's never played top football in his life, and we don't know. He can come good, but we're clutching at straws, hoping that him, Bergvall, and Odegaard
he
are
didn't
going to be
put a
good.
foot wrong when he come on against Everton for the cameo appearance he made.
I think the other thing
he didn't look
also,
sad
Dan,
when we've done it. I hope he can be good. It's just I don't like sitting here living on the hope of a bloody 18-year-old who's never even played top football in his
I
entire
don't
life.
either. I don't either. They're not.
And when I say, and before
they're not
people attack
established
me,
yet.
when I say when I say great, I don't think he's good enough because I don't know anything about him. Just the limited time I've seen him, I don't think he's good enough for us at the moment in time. Maybe in the future, but now I don't think he's good enough. And if anyone says he's a good sign, now they're lying to themselves.
Oh, I think he's
I
a very.
think he
Because
I'm good.
look how funny it is.
I mean-
Spence made the Championship 11, has a right back. Did Gray
doesn't
make the
matter. That's
Championship?
someone's opinion.
It's an
That's
opinion.
one person's
No,
opinion.
but let's be serious. No, serious. Let's raise the standards. I want the best players. Let's not accept this mediocrity.
Why is it mediocre? Maybe whoever got right back is good enough for the Premier League as well. Why do you judge something looking down rather than looking up?
But why would I look up at something
called
that is not
realism,
going to
yeah.
I'm
improve
going to
us?
say, sorry, Beatrix, you're exceptionally negative.
I'm not
You
exceptionally
are
negative. Look, Ian, I want to see Spurs winning trophies. I want to see, let's say, Barillas. I want to see what's his name, Theo Hernandez. I want to see the best players at Spurs. I don't want to accept Archie Gray. He might come good, but at the moment in time, he's not improving the squad.
So you don't think? So basically, you're saying that our recruitment team haven't got a clue what they're doing.
Yes, they have no clue.
You don't think they've got any clue at all?
No, they don't. They don't have a clue what they're doing. If you tell me right now that Odegaard was the number one target as a winger, I don't believe it.
No,
Dietrich, what was the
I don't
fans'
believe-
reaction when we brought you Doggy, VDV, and Sarr into the team? And when
Sorry, I didn't-
Kula and
I'll tell you what my
came into
I'll
the
tell you
team,
what my
the
reaction
fans'
was.
reaction
I mean,
was,
Adrian,
"You've lent us
when we
three
got
decks."
Vicario, you weren't happy either. You
I
slated,
was happy with Vicario. I was really happy.
but Adrian, you slated Vicario from day that you
No, I
thought
didn't.
we'd
I
gone
didn't
for the
slate
cheap
Vicario
one.
from
Yeah, you
day.
did. You said we should have gone for Raya and that Vicario was the cheap option along with 99% of others.
No, I didn't.
I don't
Yes,
remember
you
that.
did.
You'd have to go and
I-
dig that up. I didn't say that.
Okay, but you agreed that we
Because
had gone with the cheaper option. I remember
I never, as a
debating it
rule,
with
slate
you.
players off before like that
I've used the wrong
anyway.
phrase. Forgive, I've used the wrong phrase. My bad, yeah? Wrong phrase. But basically, you weren't impressed with him and you was more upset that we didn't go for Raya. You thought,
We
along
looked
with all
at
the other...
Vicario before with Paratici, and we came in, and all the fans were complaining because they said it looked like Raya was the proven player because he's done it in the Premiership.
Adrian,
And
what
then
I'm
we go
trying
and
to
get
tell you
Vicario.
is not everyone sees it the same way. It was only me and 3 other people that actually bigged him up. Everybody else said we've gone for the cheap shot there. This just shows that some people watch only Premier League, some people watch this, some people bought that. Van der Ven, I think we all knew was a pretty good signing. Again, Udogie, I knew about him because I follow Serie A and I'd followed him all that season. And from what I know, you followed him a bit as well, didn't you? But Vicario was one of the ones that everybody slated and you weren't happy with him either. When I say slated, take it with a pinch of salt.
What was the question that Adrian was asking me? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
VDV wasn't our first choice either.
He
Tapsoba.
wasn't correct. He
No,
wasn't.
but at least
Yeah.
no, but you see, Adrian, at least when I saw we got what's his name, Van de Ven, I was happy because he was in the top 3 center backs. Or you're in the list. I would prefer the Tapsoba back in the at that time. But when we got Van de Ven, I was like, oh, you know what? Finally, we got our second choice player. I'm happy. First choice didn't happen. Maybe Leverkusen they want to sell, but we got Van de Ven. I'm happy. But then when
Sarr had 3 seasons with Metz, didn't he?
Yeah, but Sarr, you see, Sarr, for example, I wasn't happy when we bought him. I was not happy because I knew he wasn't ready.
He's still got to develop as well.
No, it's not developed. He doesn't have the technical ability.
Hang on a sec, because I have to come off in 5 minutes. This was only meant to be an hour and a half show. Again,
I told you 4 hours. I told you.
God, man. I'm not ever going to come on a show again and say this is going to be a short show. I'm not going to do it. But I think the fella here has made a fair point. Gray has a very good prospect. If you cannot see it, right, you didn't have to put the second bit, yeah? But what I'm saying is the prospect of Gray, the potential is good. I think it's good. Bergvall it is. Oderbert, we shall see if he can cross a ball. But we are all hoping, basically, that they come good. Nobody can tell me that Gray is going to come and cook that Premiership because I've never seen him play top football, bar 20 minutes. You two can only judge to me of what he done in the bloody Championship, which is ranked, if I remember right, hold me on it if I'm wrong, something like the 8th or 9th strongest league in the world, yeah? Which is still quite high, but it's nowhere near the Premiership. It's nowhere near Bayern Munich, near Bundesliga. It's nowhere near Serie A. It's nowhere near La Liga. As all he's done basically is play against much weaker teams, bar the 2 that got brought up with him. Now he's got to play against the big boys. Now we'll see how good he really is, and that's what I need to see over 10 games. I mean, I don't want to have to rely. I don't want to rely on a bloody kid that has never done it. I'd rather have an established player there.
But from what I've seen, the technique in Gray and especially the technique in Bergvall, what I've seen and given them
I agree.
Only my opinion, right? Fine, they played in the Championship. You're saying they've got to make the step up, but a step up won't be that tough because they're playing with better players in the Spurs team than they were in the Leeds team. They're playing with a lot better players, and that you can't want for more than that.
No,
that is a plus for them.
Adrian, it's not a plus. It's really not a plus because when you play with better players.
Right.
No, wait. When you play with better players, there's 3 outcomes. 1, you're probably not going to play. 2, the pressure is going to be way too big and the demands are going to be too big for him. That's why I believe getting Gray in this first team is the biggest mistake for his career.
No, then you've got to take in consideration what you hear coming out the training ground when the other players are saying good things about these youngsters. You wouldn't expect them to say bad things about them, let's be fair. But then,
of course not.
You read between the line for the confidence, right? In the team, are the other players going to pass them the ball or not? Right? So if they've got confidence in them, they'll give them the ball, right? And you'll see it, and you'll know because then you'll know there's connections in the training ground and things like that. There's a lot more goes into it than just the eye test on me watching them play for Leeds and pre-season games as well. The same with Bergvall. I think. I'll go on record now. You can click this. Both of those players are going to be stars at Spurs.
Bergvall? You see Bergvall?
I hope
Bergvall. Adrian,
I've got
Bergvall.
in a minute, yeah?
And I don't think it's a risk saying it, to be honest. I think it's a safe thing to say.
Adrian, the reality is that Gray and Bergvall are behind Bentancur, Basuma, Sarr and Maddison at the moment.
Yeah.
They're both behind them. Just like Spence obviously is behind Porro.
And Kulusevski.
Yes, and Kulusevski. So that's right. So those 2 are behind those 5. So he is going to bring them in for maybe League Cup games, maybe FA Cup games, maybe Europa League. They'll get minutes. Ange will not start these boys in the league. We know that. His team selection, although for me his style of play is kamikaze, his team selection is the exact opposite. And he never thinks outside the box. He only changes like for like. There's never normally a change of system. Very occasionally.
That's part of the problem, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. And if you just consider, if you go back to the I think it was the Champions League semi-final, particularly when you were looking at Real Madrid against Bayern Munich, and Ancelotti and Tuchel were changing systems throughout the game. You know, because substitutes were coming on, they were trying to change the flow of the game, and Ange is just not in that league. He's just.
I noticed.
But he's not even in that way. He's not even in that
agree.
level of thinking, Adrian.
Yeah.
He has one way of playing, and that's it. You know, if you're 1-0 up against Wolves,
You're right.
Let me just give you an example. 1-0 up against Wolves last November. Wolves are all over us. Hits 90 minutes. You've got Phillips sitting on the bench. Bring him on. Lock it up. Win that game. We're in the Champions League. Simple as that. Win that game. Hold that 1-0 instead of losing 2-1. Bring in another defender. But no, he's got to keep playing the same way, and we lost. That's just one example, and that's probably the easiest example.
And I can give you another 7 examples.
But we were 1-up, Dan, with not after 90 minutes. We only had to see out added time, 7 minutes added time. That was it. But he wouldn't change it.
Right.
But you
Let me
made
stop you a
Ian.
sec, yeah?
Can I say?
I'm going to end this in 10 minutes. Hang on, Detrex, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Like, look, I don't know what's going on out in the chat, but people, you know, keep it slightly friendly. I mean, Lee Smithy Smith, there's no need to start getting on like that. I don't know what's going on with you, but I'll give you my email address. Contact me on the email. I've said you can come on here and me and you will just have a chat about things. I just want people to understand this one thing on what it's all turned into a heavy debate about. We've bought hope, and that, for me, is a fact. Adrian, you think, yes or no, you think Gray can come good?
Yeah, I do. And like,
Right,
but
yes or
I
no?
agree with
Simple
Ian
yes or no?
on his
No,
point.
simple yes or no? Simple
Yes,
yes or no? Do
He
you
will
think he
come
can come
good. I
good?
don't think he will come
No,
good.
you can't tell me he will. You can say you hope he will. You can't tell me a fact on anything because it hasn't happened. A fact has happened. A fact is we beat Everton. We beat Everton 4-0. Fact. You are hoping. You think, but you are hoping Gray comes good. Ian, do you think Gray will come good?
I think he'll come good.
Yeah, but you're hoping, aren't you?
No. I personally, from my point of view, the fact that he is technically a very good player, he's physically strong, he's 6'2", he moves the ball very quickly, he's quick into the tackle. I think there are a lot of things there.
I do.
I'm not just coming in blind saying I've seen a few videos of him. You know, the videos look great, like Odebear, because I've got no idea with Odebear. But for what I've seen from Gray in pre-season, the way he holds himself, the way he moves, the way he passes the ball, the way he tackles,
with where you're going,
I think there is substantial evidence
yes,
there.
You think.
But of course it's speculation because he hasn't played.
That's all I'm trying to say to people. So
Hmm.
basically, you're hoping he can come good in the Premiership. You think he can, so you hope he can, yeah?
Apart from Solanke, it was a transfer window for the future.
Right, but again, the point I'm making is hope. We are hoping. When you get a more established player in there, obviously, again, you hope, but you've got more idea of what they can do in the Premiership. That's all people are trying to get at. We've basically gone and bought 3 bloody kids that we have got nothing but hope that they come good. They're not established in the Premiership. They're not established in football. They might look like they can be, and I do believe they can be. It's not that I'm just picking on them. I'm just trying to get to people that we are living on bang hope. Whereas if we went and bought Neto, the thing we'd be hoping is he ain't going to be injured. But everyone wouldn't have to sit here and hope that he can come good in the Premiership because everyone knows he can deliver. But the main thing you'd be hoping for is injury. So the point I'm just trying to get across is with these 3 players, whether we think they're going to come good, whether we don't think they're going to come good, all we've got is hope because we've got nothing else to stand on at the minute.
Hey, can I just add something?
And last bit then, Detrex, because I'm in big trouble again.
Last thing. Can I go quickly? Yeah. I don't think Archie Gray is going to come good at Spurs, and let me tell you why. He's not going to play over
You're allowed your
Poro.
opinion as well, mate.
He's not going to play over Poro at right back. He's not going to play at midfield because there's 5 players ahead of him. So that's why I'm thinking he's not going to come good at Spurs. Maybe another team, but at Spurs, I don't think it's going to work out.
Okay. So I'll give my opinion on that last one, and then I've got to call it quits. Like I say, this is the last fucking time ever I will come on a show and say this is going to be a short one, because every time I do that, it seems to be fucking 4 hours. And right, I think Archie Gray can come good in the future. I think this season he will struggle because I think he's going to struggle to get consistent time on the pitch unless injuries happen. Yes, I think he'll get a couple of Europa games. Yes, I think he'll get the odd cup game. But on the pitch, I think Ange knows that he is on that thin ice on the aspect of the fans and his job as such, because we all know that if it goes tits up with Newcastle, Arsenal, and we get knocked out the cup, you're going to see 25% of that fan base who love him off start turning. And if he ain't got his shit together by Christmas, history only goes by, Levy will have him out. Is he going to take those risks of playing those young players? Yeah. I think Odegaard has more chance of getting played because Timo Werner is just that fucking shit. Whereas, like you stated, Ian, he's ranked behind 5 other players. So if there's 2 injuries, there's still another 3 players in front of him as such. This is the only reason why I think he's going to struggle to get ball time actually in the Premiership. Whereas with Bergvall, where I think he's a step above Gray, only by what I've seen, it's hope again, but only by what I've seen, I think there's more chance that he comes on for 20 minutes, half hour here and there, or there's even a gamble taken to put him on over Maddison if Maddison's had a little knock or whatever, because he does look a bit more established. And that is the problem. This is why I think Gray is going to have a little bit of a problem with his ball time. But do I think he will come good? Yes. And at the end of the day, as all we can say, all 4 of us and everyone on the chat and everything, is that we hope he can handle the Premiership, because there's no fact that he can. So with that, Detrex, where do we find you, mate? Cheers for coming on.
So thank you for having me. It was a great debate, Ian, Adrian, and Dan.
Always fun.
You can find me on Twitter at Detrex. Yeah, of course. I love Ian and Adrian. Even though I don't agree with them, but I love them. So big up everyone and like and subscribe.
That's the fun of a debate.
Yeah, of course.
Adrian, where do we catch up with you? Where do we find you? When are you next on, mate?
We're on tomorrow at 8 o'clock, Spurs Diets TTID. We also have a Facebook group with 14,000 Spurs members on Facebook. Spurs, again, Diets TTID, but that's Space Youth Army. You can find us there. We post all content Spurs. You know me. I'm search for everything every day, 24/7. Find us there. You can find me on Twitter at Adrian_Stroker. It's all under case. I'll take your details, Ian. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll send you an invite. We'll send you an invite.
And Ian, always a pleasure to have you on the show, because you remind me of my mate Dave. You actually do see both sides. I mean, the thing is with Spurs supporters, we all get accused of being far left or far right, basically, yeah? But it's not quite all like that. Some of us, like me, I'm not far right, but I'm definitely in the middle of right and middle as such, yeah? And same as some on the left. You out of everyone, I mean, Adrian, you're just very, very positive, but you do see the bad sides as well. Ian, I'd say, how do I put this without making it... You're right in the middle. You see both sides and you explain both sides. That's why I love having you on my show. You're like my mate Dave. He can do that. He can see both sides a bit clearer than maybe some of us can or whatever. But always a pleasure to have you on, mate. Do we find you anywhere?
Yeah, at Lubo_61 on Twitter. Tottenham on
I'll give you a follow.
Now will be a weekly thing. On Spaces regularly as well. And hopefully back on here with you. Hopefully with you, Adrian, as well.
Yeah, I'll send you the invite, Dan, tomorrow again. I know it's difficult for you to make it, but you'll get the invite for tomorrow's show.
I will try.
Ian, I just followed you.
Lovely.
On Twitter.
And stay positive, mate. Seriously, I do think, we're all disappointed because we only bought one established player, but we didn't lose too much in terms of the transfer window. I genuinely think, as I said a few weeks ago, ask me in 12 months' time, I'll be really excited for next season. This season, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
Can I just answer quickly before you
right, go on, Detrex, finish it off then, mate.
Yeah, Ian, I'll be positive if we take the cup seriously and we might win a cup. That's when I'll be positive.
Yeah.
If
That's
we
a
think
fair point.
if we're serious, I'll come on and say I apologize, Ian and Adrian, you were right. But
No,
from
you
now
don't
on,
have
I'll
to
think we're good.
apologise. It's only opinion. That's all. It's, you
Yeah.
know. It's,
No, but that's that's the fun about a good
Yeah.
heated at times debate, different opinions. People complain that they don't want to hear echo chambers. Well, I don't think we got one today, did we?
No.
So thanks for coming on, you lot, and Stel, always thanks for coming on, mate. Thanks for everybody watching. I'm now gonna go get my bollocking and also have a shower because it's bloody sweating in this fucking kitchen. And if everyone give us a quick like and subscribe, it's appreciated. Channel's growing. Hopefully I'll get it up to 4K at the end of the season. Everyone, Ian, Adrian, Detrex, panel, chat, have a good day. See you later.
And
people.
you.
I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down.